Going to call to order the April 13th meeting of the Palo Alto City Council. Madam Clerk, would you kindly call the roll?
Of course. Vice Mayor Stone?
Here.
Councilmember Burt?
Here.
Mayor Vinker?
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Here.
Councilmember Liu?
Here.
Councilmember Rectal?
Here.
Councilmember Lowing? For the record, 6 present. However, we were notified by Councilmember Lowing that he is running late, so we're expecting him at some point during the meeting.
Yes, thank you. And apropos of that, we understand it's due to a flight delay beyond his control. So he did just not oversleep or something. But we are down a man. So what we'd like to do is go ahead with item 1, the BCC appointments, insofar as we will take any public comment on the matter, but then hold off on the actual voting until Councilmember Lowing gets here and we can splice that in as appropriate, but we will do it tonight. So with that, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on item 1?
There are no requests to speak and no hands are raised in Zoom.
Okay, then I guess we will we'll hold on that. We'll defer the remainder of that item until we have a full voting body.
Would the mayor like us to wait until, we have a few slides just to explain
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Would you like us to do that now, or
Please.
shall we wait?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that now. Apologies.
No worries. I should have let you know ahead of time, but I will turn it over to Nicole Bissell, Deputy City Clerk, for the quick presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Tonight we'll be conducting appointments for our spring boards and commissions recruitment cycle. So just for a quick recap, included in tonight's appointments will be 1 partial term vacancy on the Human Relations Commission, 2 full-term vacancies on the Planning and Transportation Commission, as well as 3 full-term vacancies on the Utilities Advisory Commission. I did just want to note that recruitment for the Historic Resources Board and the Stormwater Management Oversight Committee has been extended, so those appointments will not be included in tonight's cycle. As for the voting process, each council member has 1 vote per vacancy. 4 votes are needed to appoint a candidate, and additional rounds of voting will be conducted if needed to resolve any ties.
All right, well, thank you for that. And I guess with that, we will defer the item until the arrival of Councilmember Lowing. We'll get to this in more fully when we get to agenda changes, but given that we may well then be ahead of schedule, we may start our first action item a little early, and I just wanted to give people notice of that possibility and perhaps likelihood. So with that, we'll go on to special orders of the day, which is always a great part of every meeting. Item 2, proclamation honoring National Animal Control Officer Appreciation Week. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, would you kindly read the proclamation?
Yes, I will. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the opportunity. Whereas the City of Palo Alto Police Department's 3 animal control officers work diligently 7 days a week, 365 days a year to protect the welfare of the animals and wildlife of the Palo Alto community, as well as providing animal control services to the City of Los Altos and the Town of Los Altos Hills, and whereas the animal control officers, sometimes at great risk to their own personal safety, serve and protect the welfare of pets and wildlife against injury, disease, abuse, and starvation while enforcing California state law and the municipal codes of the 3 jurisdictions. And whereas the animal control officers protect the public from diseases like rabies, investigate all animal bites of other animals and humans, permit and monitor dangerous animals, issue animal-related permits, conduct premise inspections for properties permitted to have livestock, conduct criminal investigations in cases involving animal welfare, and help support the police department by safely containing potentially dangerous animals during tactical operations. And Whereas the animal control officers regularly work alongside and in close collaboration with staff from Pets in Need who operate the city's animal shelter, and whereas the animal control officers are deeply involved with the community, including partnering with local businesses in hosting monthly pet pantries at the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park and organizing pet supply drives during the holidays to help support pet owners in need. Now, therefore, Vicki Vinker, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, does hereby proclaim and call upon all citizens of Palo Alto to observe the week of April 12th through 18th, 2026, as National Animal Control Officer Appreciation Week, and join in honoring our animal control officers and recognizing them for their diligence and professionalism.
Thank you, Councilmember. Chief Reifschneider, doesn't that sound good? I understand you have some comments.
I do, and I'll point out, unfortunately, Animal Control Supervisor Cody McCartney intended to be here. He may be running a little behind schedule, which didn't line up well with us running ahead of schedule, so my apologies on his behalf. Good evening, Mayor Vinker, Vice Mayor Stone, council members, Police Chief James Reifschneider. I'm here to speak to the proclamation honoring National Animal Control Officer Appreciation Week. I'm joined, I thought, by Cody McCartney, who hopefully will sneak in behind me as I'm speaking. Very glad that he can hopefully be here by the time I'm done speaking to be recognized. And there he is. The scope, welcome. Right there is great. The scope of our animal control officers' work exceeds what many of us might assume. On any given day, they could be tasked with reuniting a lost pet with a loving owner, monitoring a wayward mountain lion in the middle of a neighborhood, or even rescuing a seal from a creek. But whatever task they are performing, they consistently do it with compassion, a touch of bravery, and the safety of our 2- and 4-legged residents in mind. I'm very proud of our animal control team and the work that they do every day. I thank the council for taking the time to recognize that work. Thank you.
And thank you so much. And Officer, if you want to say anything?
No, just thank you very much for allowing us to help the animals and the citizens of Palo Alto. And we do service also Los Altos and Los Altos Hills as well, so I don't want to forget that.
Well, you certainly have our significant gratitude, so thank you very much. And if you'd like to come up here for a photo with council, we're happy to take one. They weren't sure. So next, sort of along the same theme, we will move on to item 3, a special order, which is a proclamation honoring National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. And for that, I will turn to Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Well, it's my pleasure to be able to acknowledge this proclamation, and it reads as, whereas emergencies can occur at any time requiring police, fire, or emergency medical services, and when an emergency occurs, the prompt response of law enforcement, firefighters, and paramedics is critical to the protection of life and preservation of property, and the safety of our police officers and firefighters is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of information obtained from citizens who telephone the City of Palo Alto Communications Center. And public safety dispatchers are at the first and most critical contact our citizens have with emergency services. And Public safety dispatchers are the single vital link for our law enforcement and fire personnel by monitoring their activities by radio, providing them information, and ensuring their safety. And public safety dispatchers of the City of Palo Alto Communications Center have contributed substantially to the apprehension of criminals, suppression of fires, and treatment of patients. And each dispatcher has exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of their job in the past year. Therefore, Vicki Vinker, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, does hereby proclaim and call upon all citizens of Palo Alto to observe the week of April 12th to 18th, 2026 as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, and join in honoring the men and women whose diligence and professionals keep our city and citizens safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Again, we're so grateful for that service, and welcome back, Chief Reichschneider.
Thank you. Thank you again, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. I'm here to speak to the proclamation honoring National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. I'm joined by our Technical Services Director, Nicole Frazier, and our Communications Manager, Lindsay Moore. Police officers and firefighters are often referred to as first responders, but in reality, our dispatchers are the true first responders, because before the first cop, the first firefighter, or the first paramedic ever arrives on scene, a dispatcher has already performed a critical task. A dispatcher can always be counted on to answer the phone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, when someone needs help and is often at their worst. They walk people through CPR or even childbirth. They get those of us in uniform the critical information we need to respond quickly to the scene of a crime, fire, or medical emergency. Simply put, they are a lifeline for this community and an invaluable part of our public safety team. I'm very grateful to work with our public safety dispatchers and for the opportunity to call attention to the great work that they do tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And is there anyone who would like to come join us for a photo? Oh, excellent. Welcome, and welcome to the dais. All right. Well, with that, we will move on to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. We've already had some.
Well, no more changes this evening, Mayor. Thanks.
Okay, excellent. All right. So we'll move on to public comment on matters not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, how many commenters do we have this evening?
We have 2 requests to speak.
Okay, excellent.
Our first speaker is the Palo Alto Youth Council.
Looks like we may have 3.
We have 3 requests to speak.
Hello, City Council. We are 3 members of the Palo Alto Youth Council. My name is Maddie. I am the current president.
My name is May. I'm a member.
And I'm Sina. I'm also a member.
And, we wanted to stop by to kind of share some updates on some of our initiatives. And you may have also seen some PAYC members pop in the last several weeks. And this is just part of our initiative to really just increase communication between PAYC and the City Council, and also make sure that we are updated with kind of everything that the City Council is currently talking about, and so that we can also kind of share these matters with teens in Palo Alto. We've been kind of making some social media posts as well to create some pushes and just to keep everybody updated on everything that's happening on the local level. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Sina to talk, I turn it over to May to talk a bit about our Civic Impact Summit, which is our upcoming event.
Yeah, so the Civic Impact Summit is organized by the civic engagement community at Palo Alto Youth Council, and it's going to be this Saturday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. With the aim or the theme of navigating dissidence and promoting civic engagement. And it's going to feature keynote speaker, Stanford professor Alice Su, and it's also going to invite student organizations and nonprofits to set up a table and share their missions with the community.
Yeah, and another thing we're working on through our mental health advocacy committee is working on advocating for specific mental health days for students at Palo Alto schools as a goal to sort of destigmatize mental health and overall just address the rapidly growing crisis that's happening in the Palo Alto area. This semester, some of our recent work has included putting out the Youth Mental Health Survey with over 160 student responses from 8 schools to help us gauge where local youth stand on these existing policies and sort of hear feedback from students across the city on mental health support and just suggestions overall to inform our work. To briefly overview the data, I wanted to share some statistics that really stood out to us. So over 54% of surveyed students stated that they have struggled with mental health issues in the past or currently. 66.9% checked that they do not feel the current system of mental health support in Palo Alto is effective. And 73% said that before today they were unaware that some schools allow excused absences for mental health reasons. So that was some really interesting depth that we gathered from our survey. And overall, we're just sort of working to advocate for this issue because it's really rapidly increasing in this area.
Last, we wanted to just highlight 2 upcoming events of ours. The first one is going to be, well, aside from Civic Impact Summit, 2 events that we'll be involved in is the Earth Day event next Friday with PASS, and then also Palapalooza with TAB. With that, thank you all so much, and we're excited to be back soon.
Our next speaker is John M.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor, Council. I just want to take a moment to thank all of you, but also to acknowledge the previous speakers, of whom I'm very proud. I don't have any kids here, but what you're doing and how you spoke, incredible. Thank you. I'm here to talk about quiet zones. I'd like to ask that the council strongly consider funding them this year. I don't know where we are in the process. Maybe I missed a memo, maybe I missed a public announcement. But if I have, I'm sorry to bring it up to you, but if I haven't, please make it a reality this year. It would be great to see that the council and Caltrain together can become proactive about managing safety instead of just reactive, unfortunately. And I've got another item, number 10, that I want to talk about. May I talk about it now, or shall I wait until 9:20? That would be the colleague's memo. Very good. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Ken H.
Good evening. Since there's a little bit of time, I just wanted to let you know that today is National Holocaust Remembrance Day. And this is to remember those that were lost in the Nazi genocide. This particular day was the day that the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising took place. And what I'd like to suggest, perhaps when you adjourn your meeting this evening, that you adjourn in remembrance of National Holocaust Remembrance Day. And I'm off to Etz Chaim now because they're going to have a little ceremony at 7 o'clock. Thank you for your time.
And that concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
All right, well, thank you to our public commenters for being here, and I echo the comments, particularly to our youth and for your service on the Youth Council outside of commenting at council meetings. I know there's a lot going on. Okay, so if we move on to the consent calendar, which is items 4 through 7. Do we have any public comment on the consent calendar?
There are no requests to speak and no hands are raised on Zoom for consent calendar items 4 through 7.
Mayor, just
Oh, I
wanted to
skipped
note.
over council member comments and questions, and
Thank you.
we could finish this one and go back to it. I'm sorry.
Not a
I'm
problem.
moving the agenda all around tonight. Thank you. They threw me with the last one. All right, so carrying on with the consent calendar, are there any no votes, request to pull, or recusals, or a motion to approve?
I move the consent calendar.
I think I heard a motion from Rekdal and a second from Burt. And seeing no other lights, why don't you call the roll? And we'll go.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Rekdal?
Yes.
Motion carries 601. Councilmember Lowing absent for the vote.
Thank you. Now we will do the council member questions, comments, and announcements. Colleagues, who has some of those? No one? All right, well, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
We're all a little behind or ahead tonight, I think.
I think.
Sorry, it took me a few
no.
moments to gather my thoughts. As chair of our ad hoc committee on rail safety, I just want to make sure the public is aware that we're having a special council meeting this Wednesday, 2 nights from tonight, to discuss the question of whether a closure of the Churchill Avenue rail crossing is in some manner appropriate. And we hope anyone interested in that subject will follow along, attend the meeting, let us know what you think. Thank you very much.
Others? Okay, well, I have a couple of things that I'd like to share. The first is that several of us were at a groundbreaking for El Camino Real affordable housing, which is a great milestone. When that is built, we can welcome 130 new families and neighbors to our cities. It is a 5-story complex with 30 to 60% below market rate housing, which is really an accomplishment in this city. Our partners there are Charities Housing, Santa Clara County Office of Supportive Housing, and others. And this city, I'm proud to say, put $5 million into that project. And I want to thank council members Lowing, Rekdal, and Burt for being there. And also, we had Melissa McDonough, we had a Deputy City Manager, Chantal Cotton-Gaines, Claire Rybold, and our city manager. So thank you all for being there to celebrate what's really a great milestone as we broke ground. Second, going from a groundbreaking to a ribbon cutting in the same day, later that day, we had a ribbon cutting out at Stanford Healthcare with the CEO of Stanford Healthcare, the dean of the medical school, and the head of the Department of Radiation Oncology to celebrate an outstanding advance in radiation oncology, which is cancer treatment with highly targeted proton therapy, but in a very small setting with a very small footprint. And I have to say it was a particular joy for me because I've worked with Stanford biomedical inventors since 1989. And usually I deal with inventions at the molecular level, like antibodies or cell-free DNA or other stuff. And this is an interesting device that is basically an upright rotating chair with the world's smallest cyclotron that basically takes in hydrogen, strips out electrons, and spits out protons after it cycles them around so quickly that they're accelerated. And I remember when linear accelerators were these long things like SLAC, or there was a big one under the engineering mall at Purdue University where I grew up. This thing, a small drum in a room, just remarkable. And it delivers this really terrific therapy that has very little side effect. And we are so lucky to have it in our midst, and it is a great precedent to be replicated in other communities. So it is just, a point of pride that we have folks in our midst that can create treatments like that for patients. And the city manager and council member Burt were also there, so thank you to them. Then I wanted to mention briefly that last Thursday, the Cities Association of Santa Clara County Board met, and during that meeting, there was a presentation by the County Office of Emergency Management, and they provided an elected officials guide to emergencies, which covered pre-incident procedures, what happens during an incident, and post-incident operations and jurisdiction. And I have a little brochure for anyone on council who would like to see that. And it was really interesting. I mean, they basically told us to stay out of the way of the professionals, but to partner with them on communications to our community and to other communities. But they also talked about the recent Super Bowl Emergency Operations Center and what a success that was and what a learning opportunity that was and how much they will use those learnings during the 3 upcoming FIFA World Cup games. So they are now prepared and ready for whether it's human trafficking or other types of crime or other just emergencies, medical emergencies and such. They have these emergency operations centers that are quite remarkable, actually. And finally on that, they also encouraged everyone to sign up for something called SCC Alert, so Santa Clara County Alert, that provides you direct notice of emergencies and related information, whether it's fire, earthquake, severe weather, public safety, and you can get it on your phone, your landline, your email, but that's a free and good service. And they put on the screen what % of people in each city had signed up, and I want to let you know Los Gatos is way ahead of us, as is Los Altos Hills. So we should get more folks to sign up to get these emergency alerts. I think they were at 28, we're at something like 13, but I don't know. There was one city that was way down at single digits, so we're doing all right. But the website is alertscc.org, and it's great that we have that services in our midst. And finally, I wanted to mention the passing of Mike Cobb a week or so ago, former council member for a number of years, mayor, former commissioner, I believe it was planning, and apparently about a 45-year girls softball coach. And really just a pillar of the community, and we're grateful for his service. I will say that I met his daughter at the Stanford ribbon cutting. She came up and introduced herself and said how much it meant to him to serve on this dais. So I just wanted to express our gratitude to him and to his family for sharing him with us in service of this city. Okay, so seeing no other lights. Oh, yes, certainly. Councilmember Byrd.
Just, I hadn't heard about the passing of Mike Cobb, and among his many achievements on the council, because he was a very effective leader, he was one of the council members who was instrumental in the saving of Coverly from being sold off, and coming up with the utility users tax, I think, as a mechanism to fund that. And so given how high that is on ours and the community's sense of priorities currently, I want to make sure people appreciated that we wouldn't be even having this discussion if not for him and some other leaders at the time.
Thank you for adding that. His daughter did mention Coverly, and I had forgotten that, so thank you. Okay, so now we can move on. I think that we need not, so city manager comments. I'll try not to skip again.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, and thank you to the city clerk with assistance for slides. Let's go to the next one, please. This will be relatively quick. Just wanted to review a few, actually a number of events through the month of April and into May. You know, there's Earth Day, but in Palo Alto, there's Earth Month. It actually spans 2 months. So really beginning this weekend, as was noted by our Youth Council members, we have a number of events. As you see here on the 18th, Eco Cleanup at the Baylands. The 19th, we'll have our event at the Palo Alto Arts Center. Then on April 21st or May 13th, tours, other scavenger hunts, compost workshops, and electrification webinars. So many activities for anyone interested in upping their eco game. And so look forward to sharing this information on our city website and calendar. Next slide, please. Also upcoming, and again referenced, I think, by our youth counselor, youth commission members, is a number of programs ongoing related to mental health and mental health support for community members. Here, we're highlighting 2 upcoming workshops. These are two-part workshops hosted by our library on mental health first aid. This is an outstanding program for assisting community members in being prepared to provide support to others in need. Next slide, please. Also upcoming in the month of June, but with signups due on May 18th, our annual citywide yard sale. So this is a very popular program around the town, and as such, if anyone's interested in participating, be sure to register your home by May 18th. As noted in Palo Alto Weekly, also on our city website, sponsored through our Zero Waste program. Next slide, please. And then finally, just previewing a few of your upcoming meetings and agendas. As Councilmember Lithgott-Hames pointed out, this Wednesday, 2 nights from tonight, we will have a special city council meeting exclusively on the topic of the potential temporary closure of the Churchill Rail crossing. Again, that's this Wednesday, and that will be the only topic on that agenda. Then next week, you have your regular agenda or regular meeting on the 20th with a number of items, a study session on the county's community plan to end homelessness, study session on proposed development in 910 Webster Street, updating SB 707 or Brown Act procedures, and the appeal of proposed order of demolition at 531 Stanford. Then your next meeting following the 20th will be on May 4th. So there's no meeting on the 27th of April. Then on May 4th, we're fully into budget season with the report or presentation on the proposed budget that will be released just a few days prior to May 4th, as well as a number of other action items for the council, including an update on the downtown housing plan or implementation of SB 79. Then on May 11th, and do want to note that date, that we'll announce also on Wednesday, that May 11th will be an early start, I believe 4:30 for the city council, so the council could take up the final action on or following up on the special meeting this coming Wednesday. So that's the temporary or potential temporary closure at the Churchill Rail Crossing, as well as a study session on the budget. And then looking forward to the 18th of May, a number of items that we're tracking. And again, just noting that the council's agendas have already been penciled out through June. So we know you have a very busy docket through the remainder of the spring. With that, Mayor, back to you.
Thank you. And colleagues, given the hour, I would like to move on to action item 8 and take our break after that. So if you have an objection, let me know. Otherwise, let's move on to action item 8. Thank you, City Manager. All right, and we have staff ready. Thank you. So action item 8 is a public hearing on 3606 El Camino Real, a request for approval. It is a public hearing and quasi-judicial item. So welcome.
All right, well,
Good evening, and let's take a trip to 3606 El Camino Real. Next slide, please. So to orient ourselves this evening, there's 7 parcels on the project site with varying zoning designations ranging from commercial to residential and adjacent uses reflecting the same residential and commercial uses along El Camino Real. Next slide. So how exactly did we get here today? If we go back to February of 2024, there was a Senate Bill 330 pre-application that was submitted. Following that, a formal application was submitted in June of 2025. Staff took that application with some subsequent revisions to the Architecture Review Board for an early feedback hearing in December. Before that, the applicant had requests consideration under Assembly Bill AB 130, a new CEQA exemption that was implemented in June of 2025. And following that, if we get into 2026, this February, we took the item, the vesting tentative map, to the Planning and Transportation Commission, where we'll get into a further slide with a little bit more detail on that recommendation. And following that, so at that February 2026 PTC hearing, there was a recommendation for denial. It was a split vote with 3 voting for denial, 2 voting for its approval, and 1 abstaining. We do have a member of the Planning and Transportation Commission available this evening, representative to provide more context to what's summarized on the screen here. But as a brief overview, it was on the reverse finding for that finding number 6 that the subdivision or the design of the improvements would likely cause some serious public health problems. So citing that there were safety concerns with safe routes to school in the project's design. And additionally, the PTC had recommended the 4 items for the council to consider that are detailed on the screen. And just wanting to note that for the record, the applicant had incorporated since that meeting one of the items, which would be the sidewalk easements, into their proposal. Moving along, just a brief overview of those 7 parcels. It would require the demolition of approximately 12,500 square feet of commercial space and 38 existing residential units. This would be a 7-story tall structure at 83 feet in height, and it would be a total of 321 units with the unit distribution listed on the screen, including 37 below market rate units at a rate affordable to 50 to 80% adjusted median income. And that number is noted from the base units before the state density units were applied. So it is not exactly coming out to 13% of that 321 because it does reflect those additional units for state density bonus. Parking spaces, 391 parking spaces would be provided, and 280 long-term bike spaces would be provided as well, with the accompanying vesting tentative map to merge the 7 parcels. So to guide the conversation tonight in the discussion, this is a builder's remedy project as defined by the Assembly Bill 1893. So the project may not be denied based on an inconsistency with the zoning or the comprehensive land use plan. The project could be denied if there's a finding of a specific adverse impact on public health and safety that can't be mitigated or avoided. And to date, staff has not found any of those items with the project. Going a little bit further, the city may only require compliance with objective standards that would apply to the project if it were proposed on a site that would allow the density requested. So this project, with the proposed density of 128 dwelling units, would be permitted in the El Camino Real focus area of which it's located in. Moving along, the state density bonus law also allows the applicant waivers and concessions from applicable standards. Those are detailed in that draft record of land use action. And Going a little bit further on the environmental, the AB 130, if we go back, AB 130 exempts infill housing projects from CEQA and sets some strict timelines for the city's review and decision process. And for informational purposes, there's attachments provided to the staff report for the project's conformance with the El Camino Real Focus Area Development Standards, the Objective Design Standards, and the El Camino Real Design Guidelines. So staff has received multiple public comments on this item. Just wanting to highlight that briefly here in the presentation. Some of those key comments include driveway locations on the side streets, of which would be Matadero and Kendall Avenue. The potential impacts of those driveways to the safe routes to school along Kendall and Matadero Avenue, as well as some public comments in support of the project for the benefit of delivering housing to our community of the 300 plus new rental units. And wanting to note here that a condition of approval has been added for transportation analysis to address those public comments regarding some of those safety concerns. So there was detailed in the staff report to accommodate some of these strict timelines with the Assembly Bill AB 130, some revised off-site drainage improvements. So Section 8 of that revised record of land use has updated conditions of approval that address those outstanding drainage improvements that staff had some concerns with at the publishing of the packet, which have been revised. And since the publishing of the packet as well, there's been an ongoing conversation with the applicant, and there's been an agreement for a condition of approval for a public access easement extension along Matadero Avenue. And that language is detailed on the screen, available for council's review. As for the CEQA status, this would be exempt pursuant to the new environmental regulations under Assembly Bill AB 130. That would be, just to briefly overview, a statutory exemption. There's some limits on the number of hearings for projects that are pursued under this CEQA exemption, as well as some strict timelines for processing, as well as tribal consultations. So, as noted on the screen. So for tonight, staff is recommending that City Council consider the project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act in accordance with that Assembly Bill 130, and approve the major architectural review and vesting tentative map applications based on the revised findings and subject to the revised conditions of approval in the draft record of land use action in attachment B. And with that, I can entertain any questions. The applicant does have a presentation as well.
Okay, thank you. How about we move on to the applicant's presentation at this time, and then we can ask you any questions after that. So I don't know who is representing the applicant, but you're welcome to step up to the mic at the podium. I believe you have 10 minutes. Welcome.
Members of the City Council and City staff, thank you for the opportunity to present 3606 El Camino Real, a 100% residential housing project. My name is Peter Giovanotto. I'm here representing my family who own the property. We've been Palo Alto residents for over 50 years, with my parents starting a rental housing business in Palo Alto shortly after moving here, which we continue to operate today. When I say a family business, I mean that everyone works here. My mother and father, my sisters, myself, my brothers, my nephews, my nieces, and once my kids are old enough to figure out how to swing a hammer without hitting their dad's fingers, they'll probably work here too. All this is to say that we are not some huge corporation. We're a local family that lives and works in the community. Talking about this site specifically, it's worth noting that the assemblage of this site happened over the course of more than 2 decades. We're proud to bring this project forward as a meaningful contribution to meet our city's housing needs. And with that, I'll hand it over to Marissa Riley, our development manager with Saris Regis, to dive into the project details.
Thanks, Peter. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Marissa Riley. I'm a project manager with Saris Regis Group of Northern California. Firstly, thank you for providing us the time to bring this project in front of you. We're really excited to bring this project up with you all tonight. And secondly, I'd like to thank city staff who's been tremendous to work with. They've been helpful and collaborative over the last 2 years that we've been working through this process. They've just been really great. As Stephen mentioned, this is a builder's remedy project, and while the entitlement path is different from what we typically see, we hope that you'll see that we've taken tremendous care to design a building that is thoughtful and aligned with the vision that Palo Alto has for El Camino Real. Next slide, please. The team that we're working with is incredibly experienced. We have BD Architecture, the Gazzardo Partnership, Kieran Wright. Together, they have 152 years of experience working just in the Bay Area. Saris Regis is the development advisor. We're headquartered in San Mateo, been developing along the 101 corridor for 30 years at this point. And then the property owners, the Giovanotto family, as Peter mentioned. Next slide, please. Next, we just want to offer a few interior shots of projects that have been delivered to nearby communities in the last 3 years or so. You know, this is the type of project that really reflects the work that we do. Projects that are located in places where it matters. Near transit, they're infill, they offer, you know, amenities where people want to live. And so we thought these would just be a few examples of looking at the interior, because I think sometimes we get lost in just the exteriors of buildings. Next slide, please. Central to this project is the community benefits. This project brings 321 homes and 37 affordable homes to Palo Alto. It directly advances Palo Alto's RENA commitments. It's housing for a range of residents, from studios all the way up to family units. It provides a safer, more walkable El Camino Real and Kendall and Matadero, where we'll be adding sidewalks where there currently are none. It activates an underutilized site with new housing and street life, and builds Palo Alto's vision on the future of El Camino Real. Next slide, please. Last May, the city adopted the El Camino Real Focus Area Plan that raised the maximum allowable density and changed several development standards with the intent of ushering housing production into this area. 3606 is included in this plan. The design of 3606 largely aligns with the objective standards that were put forth, and certainly aligns with the main intent: bring housing to El Camino Real. To name just a few of the other alignments, this proposed project is within the height and density standards. It's 100% affordable and includes affordable housing, and it enhances the ground floor experience of El Camino. Next slide, please. This is a stellar site for housing. It's an infill site with excellent transit access. This project is directly on a bus line. There's a bus stop right outside of our lobby. There's the new Class 4 protected bike lane that runs along El Camino, and I understand there's additional plans for more bike routes kind of in the contextual area. Next slide, please. This is a few images of the existing conditions along El Camino right now. The site is composed largely, vacant sites or underutilized commercial buildings that are 1 and 2 stories. Next slide, please. And then the next 3 slides are just a quick progression that shows the design of this project and the progression that we've made since February 2024. This was the initial SB 330 pre-application. Next slide. This image illustrates the project that was proposed June 2024 in our full planning application. And then next slide. And then finally, after years of collaboration with city staff and feedback from ARB that we've incorporated in PTC, we've arrived at this building that was submitted to the city in March 2026. Next slide, please. So just pointing out some of the feedback that we've incorporated from the city that has made this building much better. We went to ARB in December of 2025, and the ARB encouraged additional facade and roofline modulations to more clearly articulate changes in plane and to strengthen the building's visual character. So we really updated the roofline in response to their comments, and then took a look at the massing breaks and developed some more contrast there so that it wouldn't feel as massive. But we took those comments to heart and we've incorporated them. Next slide, please. On the Kendall facade, the ARB had some great feedback for this corner, which is also prominent. They wanted to see other design elements that would make the lobby feel more substantial on that corner. So we took some of the design elements that we had incorporated on Matadero and put them on Kendall, which I think brings a lot more presence to this corner, is overall a much more successful elevation of this building. Next slide, please. The ARB also provided some feedback on our open space and our amenities. We took those to heart as well. We've expanded the patios on the podium decks wherever we could so that residents would have more access to private open space. We also added landscaping along the podium so that when you're looking at the building from kind of internal to Barron Park, it would be visually softened. And finally, there's a tertiary courtyard that the ARB really recommended that we build a connection to, and so we adjusted our unit layout so there's actually a connection there now. Next slide, please. So one feature of this proposed design that we'd like to point out is that there's 2 access sites to the garage, which is a really rare and excellent opportunity of a building of this scale and in this type of location. So we have a garage access point on Matadero, which is to the left, and Kendall to the right. And I think this is excellent as it disperses traffic into the neighborhood rather than concentrating all of the building's traffic onto one of these streets. Further, Palo Alto has an objective design standard that says vehicle access shall be located on alleys or side streets where available. So we wanted to avoid having a garage access on El Camino Real where there would be conflict with fast-moving traffic, along with the Class 4 bike lane that's recently been put there. So I think this is an excellent solution and creates a safer condition for both residents and the existing community. Next slide, please. We also heard at the PTC meeting about sightlines. And I first want to start and just mention on this slide that we're adding sidewalks to Kendall and Matadero. The existing condition right now is sort of dirt paths that folks have to walk along. And by adding sidewalks, that's right there a much safer condition for residents and existing community members to use. So with these sight lines, safety is paramount to the success of this project for us and for the city. We brought in Gary Black of Hexagon Transportation, who's here tonight if any additional questions around transportation come up, to review this project for safety. And we asked him to look at these garage entries and see, hey, are there any modifications we can make that would make these garage entrants safer for the folks who are using them, you're walking by as pedestrians or cyclists or cars. And we've made some modifications that we've incorporated into our design that ensure that drivers exiting the garages can see 200 feet in either direction. And that's really important to us that we incorporate, and we think this makes this building better. Next slide, please. And finally, just circling back to this core of this project, we're offering 321 new apartment homes, including 37 affordable homes. We're adding vitality to the El Camino Real corridor, and we're contributing to Palo Alto's housing vision. This is exactly the type of infill housing Palo Alto has said it wants to see. It really advances the city's vision for housing along El Camino, and we think it will bring a lot of vibrancy to this part of town. So we respectfully asked for your approval so we can move forward and bring these homes to Palo Alto. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much. So since this is a quasi-judicial matter, I will first ask if any of my colleagues have any disclosures to make. Councilmember Burt?
Yes, I met with the property owners, but did not receive any information that's not in the public record.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Same here. I've met a number of times with the property owners, but have not received any information that hasn't been publicly disclosed.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other lights, why don't we start with any, there's a lot here, so why don't we start with any clarifying questions, either to staff, or I'm happy to ask the applicant to answer any, and then we can go to public comment after that. Councilmember Rectal.
Question for staff about the stormwater. Can you give us a summary of the stormwater issue?
Sure. So there was some off-site drainage considerations. The city staff was concerned with maintenance burdens that would be put on the city for the private benefit. So just trying to shore up those items and make sure that the the drainage would be sufficient for what our staff could handle and maintain, so.
And this was for pipes on the property or connecting to the creek, or what was the location?
This is the extension lines on Kendall and Matadero for drainage, as well as connecting into the lines that are maintained by Caltrans, so.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. On the issue of the waivers that were granted, can you briefly summarize what those were?
Of course. So if we direct our attention to that draft record of land use action, those are detailed in the first recital, and let me pull that up here, or should I say B. So just reading into the record here, that would be build to lines requiring the frontage of the property to be built to a certain percentage. The project is not to that setback that's prescribed in the code. A upper story step back as well. There's none proposed where a 10-foot step back would be required above a 55-foot limit in height. Lot coverage, it exceeds our requirements, 83% where a maximum of 80 is allowed. So pretty close to what our requirements are, but exceeding it marginally. A rear setback in areas of 11 to 15 feet where a minimum of 16 feet would be required. And some daylight planes for those rear and side yards, as well as housing typologies for properties of more than 2 acres, requiring to provide more than 3 housing types.
So thanks. I really wanted to make sure that that got vocalized because it's the essence of the difference between what we have in the El Camino zoning and what they are additionally allowed to do under the builder's remedy. And then at the Planning Commission meeting, there was a lot of discussion about bike safety on the 2 streets on either side of the project perpendicular to El Camino. But I caught most of that meeting and didn't see anything that was discussed about the prospective off-road bike path between the south edge of the research park and the back of Chamala's backyards, which would be a very significant measure to reduce the conflicts between current bikers who do travel those routes on narrow streets and what we would have going forward. So was there any discussion about that that I missed?
I believe that if that's captured in the very summarized list in the staff report in the presentation, the items that the PTC recommended for consideration, the last one being incorporating portions of the site for a bike path.
No, it's not on the site.
Off-site?
Yeah, it's several hundred yards north of there. It's in the bike and pedestrian transportation plan that the Planning Commission had reviewed, supposedly reviewed, a couple months before, and I couldn't find it. And there was a very extensive discussion at the Planning Commission meeting, and it sounds like it wasn't discussed. I was looking for it, and I just want to really encourage that transportation staff needs to be engaged when we have a project with a major transportation impact, and the commission that is the Planning and Transportation Commission needs to be really informed and thinking about those transportation issues. Thank you.
I'm just wondering.
I'm sorry, Mayor, just to comment briefly on that. So understood, and that's, of course, our interest is to make sure that we're connecting on those points. I do think, to the extent that it wasn't discussed here, may not have been a lack of connection between the departments, but that we were focusing in on the bike plan that exists today, and with consideration of it being a builder's remedy, SB 130 project that locks in the standards at the time. We have had conversations with the applicant to push where we could, and there are some areas where we're not. I don't think that was specifically asked, and so that's
I wasn't looking for the applicant to have responsibility for it, but when the Planning Commission is reviewing the safety impacts of the project, absent this prospective project, then they're looking at something different from what we will be having over the long term, hopefully. At a minimum, I would expect that it would inform their discussion, maybe not be determinative.
Thank you. I was just going to note that it may not apply in this instance, but if Chair Aiken ever wants to chime in on any of the conversation about the PTC, just to let us know. I believe he's on.
And we do have in chambers the Kevin Liu.
Oh.
G, excuse me.
Okay. All right, thank you. Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. Just a quick question, somewhat following from Councilmember Burt's note, and also the many comments we've gotten about bike safety. The staff report includes a condition of approval such that the applicant will implement mitigation measures that would not render the project infeasible. So that this conditions mention that examples could include flex posts, bike boxes, sharrows, and/or speed bumps. I'm wondering if at this preliminary stage, staff have any intuition or sense of what best practices might look like, or whether any specific interventions will likely be imposed there, just for the public's awareness about the potential for improvements there.
And I would defer to our Chief Transportation, who is here in chambers and coming to the podium.
Hello, Ria Hoots-Barrett-Lowe, Chief Transportation Official. So I think this street Matadero is designated as a bike boulevard, and so some of the things that you mentioned are some of those typical treatments that we would expect along a bike boulevard, and we would want to work with the neighbourhood as well to make sure that those treatments are suitable for the neighbours as well as the students coming through that area.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else before we go to public comment? Okay, seeing no lights, I'm sorry, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
I'd like to invite Ms. Lowe to come back up. I just want to follow on Councilmember Liu, if I might.
You should sit in the front row.
Get my steps in, this is good.
Yes, given the significant amount of public feedback about Matadero being a safe route to school and concerns about what will happen to those school children and other bike commuters, if this project comes into fruition, could you just say a little bit more in detail about your sense as to how those mitigations are going to ensure the public that this route remains a route that we can proudly call and confidently call a safe route to school, how some of those things will be addressed?
So staff has, I know that the applicant mentioned that there had been a traffic study done by Hexagon. We've not actually seen the study yet, so we look forward to seeing that. And that would help to inform some of those features. They mentioned the visibility triangles for the driveways. So that would be some of the features that we would expect. Also, some of the features of, typical traffic calming features to slow down the traffic and kind of discourage them from using this route would also be important in this context as well, and potentially at the corner of El Camino as well. But we look forward to kind of a bit more of a conversation about what those would be. The other thing I'll mention is that, while we're limited in what we can require, given the builder's remedy, in this city, it's a jobs-rich city, We have what we call the 4Ds or 6Ds, there's quite a few of them now, but density, diversity, design. Actually, this is a good spot for housing, and housing is a transportation solution in this kind of context. So from that perspective, it does mitigate the vehicle miles traveled that would be generated from this project.
Thank you. And my second question is, the applicant's representative made the point that it's great that there are two methods of ingress and egress to the parking garage that are on the side streets, and that's consistent with our city language of what's desirable, and that exiting and entering from El Camino would not be a good thing because of the new Class 4 bike lanes and all of the El Camino traffic. Yet, members of the community are saying exactly the opposite, that we can't have the ingress and egress on these small residential streets. It's going to back us up into our neighborhood significantly. Won't you please relocate the parking entry and exit to El Camino? I'm wondering if you could address that from your perspective.
So our city standards do recommend having the driveway access points on the side streets. In general, that's considered to be safer because the traffic on El Camino is moving faster, and so you're not getting as many of those conflicts. That being said, again, this is a school route, especially Matadero, and so we want to really lean in on the potential mitigations or potential improvements that could address those operational effects on those streets.
Thank you. And I know this community is also concerned about the no turn on right on El Camino now in light of the Class 4 bike lanes. Is there anything you can offer about that? People are concerned about if the traffic is now on Kendall and Matadero, traffic related to this development, and we can't make right turns on red, we're going to be backed up for the entirety of our morning commute. Do you have any thoughts about that?
So that would apply. I'm just trying to remember if I don't think Kendall is signalized, so that only applies
Just
where
Matadero,
it's
my
a
bad.
signal. Yeah. And that is something that we can look into in terms of potential options to add additional supplementary signage for that. For example, in one location in the city, we have a no turn on red when bicycles and pedestrians are present. We would need to work with Caltrans, because this is their intersection, to make sure that they were amenable to that kind of change.
Thank you.
You could stay up there 1 minute. So I just want to follow up on the follow-up on the follow-up. So in this same vein, just a small additional question, because if we are trying to maximize protection for school children through our safe routes to school, and honestly, all ages of bicyclists and pedestrians, I do see the proposed condition in the ROLUA that Councilmember Liu mentioned some of the examples of improvements there. But the condition 33 would require the applicant to implement all mitigation measures recommended by a transportation analysis that would not render the project infeasible. The transportation analysis, I know you said there that they have done one by Hexagon and we haven't seen it, but is that typically how this plays out? I mean, do we look to them, or do we do one ultimately ourselves? Or could you step me through how do we get to what mitigations constitute the all that do not render it infeasible? How does the process work?
Sure. So typically we require a local transportation analysis as part of the development process, and we review it in the process. So this is happening later than it typically would.
Okay.
And for a little bit more added context here, so that was requested of the applicant through the review process, but due to the restraints and limitations, if you will, with the project's status as builder remedy, it was not supplied during the review cycle. So.
Okay, but presumably we will see it, and then does this conversation happen about what all measures that are recommended therein will be applied that don't render the project infeasible? Is that?
Yes, there'll be a review of the scope of the study and say any of these feasible mediation measures, if you will, not necessarily mitigation because it's following that, just wanting to make sure that language is clear on that. But that would be the general lay of the land for reviewing those items.
Okay. Director Late, did you have anything to add? No.
If that answers your question, no.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is that presumably after this, we will have at least some of these exemplar improvements. So the street may not look quite like it does now, and hopefully will be improved from a safety standpoint. Is that likely and a fair assessment?
Yeah, yes. I mean, so we'll get the report. So it is atypical. This is an atypical process because it's builder's remedy.
Right.
And this is not identified as an objective standard for compliance. So it's a little bit after the fact. And that is, just something that we're all having to sort of navigate through. As a condition, we will get the report and there will be a conversation that staff will have with the applicant to talk about the mitigation measures and then a discussion about which ones are feasible or not feasible. And so we'll go through that process. It is our expectation that there will be, as Chief Transportation Official noted, there will be some improvements that we are anticipating and expect for this area. And we'll see what the report shows and we'll go from there.
Great, very helpful, thank you. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one follow-up on safe routes to school. This is going to be a very large, lengthy construction project along Matadero there. What mitigations are in place to ensure that that safe route continues to be operable and safe during the construction phase?
That's a really good question, and we'll need to go back and consider that.
Yeah, well, let us take a look. We typically have a requirement for a construction mitigation or logistics plan, which would address the phasing of all that stuff. And we'll just double check to make sure that that's included. If not, we'll recommend some language should the council be heading toward approval on the project.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councilmember Liu.
Okay, following up, I was going to save some of this for comments, but I think I just have, questions I need to ask. So the traffic analysis referenced in the staff report, would we conduct a separate traffic analysis, or if we find that the current traffic analysis is not clearly answering the question of what all mitigations could or should be applied, we would request another one, right?
Yes, typically we provide comments. We receive a draft and provide comments.
Okay, but it would ultimately be the applicant's traffic analysis that would decide which traffic improvements do not render the project infeasible.
So it's, again,
Yeah.
So yes, it'll be the applicant's analysis. We will peer review that with our technical expertise. And there will be a conversation with the applicant about what's feasible and what's not feasible. To the extent that we have any challenge to that, that's fine. That could be part of the dialogue. We would just have to pay for any additional analysis to bolster our perspective on a point. So it's not outside of the realm of possibility, but we would be working to find some kind of a solution on that.
I think the condition of approval describes the basically all reasonable measures that would not render the project infeasible. And I expect most traffic consultants, when they do a traffic study of a project, don't think about all reasonable, all possible sort of mitigation. So would these sorts of traffic studies typically include studies of things maybe outside of the project's control, like daylighting and sort of painting red curbs adjacent to the new sidewalk, or speed bumps or other interventions sort of directly outside in the public right-of-way? Would those kinds of things be considered? Because if not, I worry we aren't really considering all reasonable traffic interventions.
Yeah, I think that typically there's like the on-site and then there's off-site. So things on-site are the circulation on-site, access to the site, and then there's off-site. Often there are off-site improvements that go with a project. And then in response to the previous question also, there's a traffic control plan which addresses some of the construction implications.
Okay, so we would scrutinize and we would request off-site and off-site improvements, and we're comfortable with the process of how we're initially starting with the applicant's traffic analysis.
Yeah, I mean, this is an unusual process,
Yes.
but yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
And if I may, just to address the question that was raised regarding the logistics plan, I would like to direct council's attention to condition of approval number 67. So 67, and we'll get a packet page coming right up.
105 is the page?
Packet page 105.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. All right, seeing no other lights at this point, let's turn to public comment.
We have 6 requests to speak. Our first speaker is Nikita K.
Hello, good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Nikita Kutsulev. I live in Palo Alto for 4 years. I rent for years. My daughter goes to Gunn, my son goes to Fairmeadow. So my office where I work is located in El Camino. We live in Middlefield. So first when I seen this project, I was very happy. I thought finally I can buy a condo, right? Turns out I cannot, because I don't want to rent forever. You know? I want opportunity to put down roots in Palo Alto, and this project proposes 300 plus units, but all of them rentals. And at the same time, the developer, the Victoria Management, they have documented very negative feedback from the tenants. If you check the ratings on Yelp is 1.7 out of 5, right? Residents consistently report issues with maintenance, delays, billing disputes, poor responsiveness, and this pattern is very concerning. So I ask, what if we approve this building? What we getting in return as community? And right now, there is nothing for me, people like me, which is half of Palo Alto residents are renting, right? 50%. And if you put this fact near median income, which is over 200K, this doesn't make any sense. I don't know, I ask you to use your leverage to push for a project that includes ownership housing options, including for sale units, not just rentals, and stronger accountability for developers who manage these communities. And yeah, thank you for your time. That's it.
Our next speaker is Steve L., followed by Adam S.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I went to the ARB, I watched the PTC, I've read the public comments and the staff report. There's no need for me to go over the public benefits that the staff and the applicant laid out. I don't know Peter and Alex, but I know their reputation, and I think that's critical here to my understanding and my belief that the applicant and the staff will work out any issues with regard to traffic and safety. The applicant explained carefully how they have responded positively to the ARB comment. The staff report reiterated how collaborative the applicant was. You've had a discussion of the stormwater issue. Just as a note, Steve Switzer in November, December, and January carefully explained to a swarm of public comments why the El Camino entrance was not feasible. I was surprised that it was brought up 4 months after it had been carefully explained by both the staff and the applicant. I don't have more to say, but I will. And the applicant has a project less than 100 yards from where I live. The council gave it rave reviews in the pre-screen. I look forward to supporting housing in my hood, which is downtown, and would love to see more housing there so that it all doesn't go in South Palo Alto. Thank you for your consideration, and I'll reiterate, this is a great project, and we all should have faith that the staff and the applicant, with the conditions of approval, will move this project forward and address the safety issues. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adam S., followed by Star T.
Good evening. I'm Adam Schwartz. I am a resident, live around the corner for the last decade. I'm a volunteer also with the Palo Alto Forward. I want to begin by thanking the entire City Council and City staff for all of their hard work on building housing here in Palo Alto. I want to echo the last speaker that I would love to see more housing coming up right here in the downtown area where I live. I'm also very, very supportive of the application that's before us right now, 3606. El Camino Real. It's important, as the last speaker said, not to put everything down in South Palo Alto, but to have housing all around the city. This is a new set of homes that can bring many kinds of people into our community. There are 37 homes set aside for people earning below area median, so we can improve our economic diversity. Half of the units are 2 and 3 bedrooms, so a lot of families with 1 or 2 kids can move in there. Our older neighbors can move out of the single-family homes they've lived in for 50 years and age in place in some of these new apartments, make room for a new single-family home for someone else. Our service workers, our civil servants, our own children and parents who want to move here to be near us. This is a great location. There is a VTA bus that runs up and down that street on a regular basis. It's just a little bit more than a mile away from the Caltrain. There is brand new separated safe bike lanes right in front of there. There are restaurants, schools, jobs, an easy walk or short bike ride away. So I raised my kids here in Palo Alto, and for a year they had to bike across El Camino Real near California Avenue. So I'm very sensitive to the concerns by many of our neighbors about safety for our children crossing El Camino on a school day on their bicycles. I have every confidence that we can fix this problem and have safety there. I think that the staff report is following, as I understand them, best practices of traffic design. I hope that we can move these homes forward tonight and get these built and bring new neighbors of all kinds into our great city. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Star T, followed by Dan A.
Good evening, and thank you for serving our city. First of all, I want to say that it's important to clarify our Barron Park Association, who I'm representing, is not trying to deny the project. Many of us are very happy to have more housing come to our neighborhood. Our schools need it. The commercial businesses need it. What we're concerned about is the impact of having, unlike California Avenue, having a driveway so close to El Camino is a totally different sort of situation. That's why we're advocating for moving it onto El Camino where its address is. This request would not make it financially infeasible. There actually are lots of opportunities in that ground floor to put a driveway in at the front. It might require reducing the for lease workspace that they have. But moving it also may have some benefits for garbage collection. If it comes in, picks up right there, and moves out onto Kendall, if that second garbage location is moved a little bit. It only takes a few cars to block sight lines to and from the housing driveway, with bikes rolling through that new intersection, because the driveway is a new intersection. With the height of some vehicles surpassing 12 feet, any person on a bicycle is in danger of being struck down during a turn. That means going into or out of that development. Some of that you might mitigate by having a no left turn onto Matadero. That might be something that you decide to consider. A driveway onto El Camino provides a long sight line. It pressures drivers to find alternate modes, and it promotes more cycling on the new bike paths. I'm a very heavy user of the new bike path, and I love it. When a transportation analyst is chosen by the city, and I think it should be chosen by the city, not the applicant, I hope it is obvious that Matadero driveway placement is challenging. This analysis must also include the traffic impacts on the primary paths to our 6 schools. It's not just at that corner. Matadero, Witzel, Kendall, Barron, Ladonna, Los Robles, Amaranta, Maybell, and Coulomb should all be analyzed and monitored. Our transportation department supports Safe Routes to School, our 2025 Palo Alto Safety Action Plan, Complete Streets, a Vision Zero Fatality Safe Streets for All, our BPTP, our BPAC, our 2030 Comprehensive Plan, and probably the California Transportation 2050. There is no lack of effort to protect cyclists within our government. Let's back them up.
Our next speaker is Dan A., followed by Penny B.
Hello, I'm Dan Adams, and yes, thank you all for the work you do for our city. If I can, would like to cede my time to Star to finish up another comment she had. Am I allowed to do that? No, okay, I will not.
But if you'd like to lift the mic up so you don't have to bend over,
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I am going to leave a model that one of our neighbors made. He couldn't make it tonight, but he 3D printed some images of both of the 3606 project and the Creekside to give you a sense for kind of what this means in terms of mass of buildings, and gives you a sense for the scale of the roads and so on. So if you're interested in looking at that, we will try to find a way to leave that for you. I think anybody who spends time on that intersection knows that at times it's easy to get through in any direction. At times it's busy and frustrating because cars are coming out of either the hotel or there's delivery vans coming in and out, and even cars leaving the smaller number of apartments on Matadero that can cause problems. At certain times of day, it's complete chaos, and bikes are innovating in all sorts of ways, wrong lane, in the gutters, vans are parked for deliveries, and if you think about adding, I think it's close to 400 or 500 new units, both feeding into that general area, cars needing to come in to Matadero from El Camino, and if someone's trying to turn out of those driveways, they can be blocked. If people are trying to get out now that they can't turn on red lights, turn right, it's going to be back up longer than it is right now, could be by a factor of 3 or 4 during commute times. And so I can imagine there's going to be people waiting multiple cycles to try to get onto El Camino. At the same time, school kids are coming in. It's hard to imagine that it won't be a serious problem at certain times of day. So I also support this idea of putting traffic onto El Camino and engineering the traffic flow on El Camino so that there's certain times where it's protected enough that people can line up in the protection of the parking garage under the property and then make their way onto El Camino. The last concern, people mentioned having new community in to feed the commercial services in the area, but many of those are going to go away because of the buildings. Quite a few restaurants that are down there probably will at least be temporarily out of business. And all the people now who want to go to restaurants can't walk to those, so they're going to be driving. So it's potentially causing more people to have to drive out to go to services which are more distant. All things to consider. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Penny B.
Hello, my name is Penny Brennan. I'm a resident of the Ventura neighborhood. My first comment is in response to the discussion that preceded the public comments. I just wanted to say Matadero and Kendall are both very narrow streets. And I urge staff and Office of Transportation and City Council members, please go visit the site and see what it looks like, not just on paper, but what it's like during, especially during early morning and late afternoon commute hours. It would be really helpful if you would do that. In addition to the traffic and public health and safety hazards posed by siting of this building's main ingress-egress on narrow, busy Matadero Avenue, the refuse removal plans for this building, sited on the narrow, winding Kendall, are problematic because at least 6 refuse trucks per week are going to obstruct Kendall Avenue, and their early morning routes through Barron Park may correspond with those of student bicyclists and pedestrians making their way to the several schools in the Barron Park neighborhood. This consideration underscores the importance of a thorough traffic safety analysis of the proposed 3606 El Camino project. In response to my inquiry about public safety as legal grounds for the city of Palo Alto to oppose this project, City Attorney Yang has told me, quote, in the case of the hazards to bicyclists and pedestrians, the city's Office of Transportation has not identified any objective written public health or safety standards that the project violates, unquote. My response, of course it hasn't. To my knowledge, the city's Office of Transportation has never vetted the 3606 El Camino project for violation of public health or safety standards. I think that City Council should request that it does so, and that it should furthermore formulate objective written public health and safety standards that can be used by the city to protect the residents of Palo Alto from public health and safety violations, such as those posed by the 3606 El Camino project. Thank you for considering my concerns.
Our next speaker is Carrie J.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I haven't done this on Zoom before. I'm Carrie Jung. I live in Barron Park, and I'm also a PAUSD teacher. And I wanted to reiterate a lot of the points that are made. I won't go into as much detail because they've already been said by other people. But I'd really like to focus on Kendall Avenue because it's a really narrow street. If you've driven on it, it's hard to get like 2 cars by each other at the same time. So we're talking about a building that's vastly out of scale with the street that it's being built on. Having ingress and egress on that street, especially if in the plans it shows it kind of on the curb of the street is going to be a very big safety problem for students. Kendall is also a safe routes to school corridor. So I'm really concerned about that. The curve already reduces sight lines, and the drivers are going to be exiting there with limited visibility, which is going to be a big danger to children on bikes, pedestrians crossing, and things like that. The plans also have minimal setback on Kendall, and it creates kind of a canyon effect that reduces visibility. And without that buffer for pedestrians, there's really no room for error. So at the very least, I would hope that you would consider ingress and egress on El Camino. I understand that that's something that the city usually doesn't do, but we also don't usually do massive buildings like this. Like this wouldn't be a building that would be normally approved at this scale on these streets. So I feel like there really needs to be some compromises made with where the ingress and egress are. And I know that member Vector and Venker, sorry, and Lou both mentioned a traffic analysis being done and by the city possibly, and I think that would be a really good choice to do. And to Councilmember Stone's point about Matadero construction, we really need to take into account when we're talking about that there's going to be two major projects on Matadero. So the construction impacting pedestrian and bicycle movement. It would be nice to know with both those projects how that will impact. So that's all. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker is Scott O.
Hi, thank you. I'm speaking for myself tonight. I want to start by seconding and echoing Steve's and Adam's comments. The idea of trying to unnecessarily put street access on El Camino instead of a less busy side street seems perplexing to me. Busier streets are not better for access, they are worse. And as Steve ably pointed out, the technical points being raised have already been addressed. But I want to devote most of my comments speaking to a bigger picture issue and stakes. Today, I passed two homeless people at my transfer stop. It reminded me of a book that was published a few years ago in the academic press, not mass market, titled Homelessness is a Housing Problem. It showed that of the factors that correlate with homelessness nationwide, high rents and low vacancy rates are the largest predictors. Ironically, high rates of poverty predict low rates of homelessness nationwide. Isn't that a mind-blowing fact? Poorer communities in America have less homelessness. Homelessness is a prosperity disease in the United States. What's going on is that while housing is illegal to build at scale in a whole lot of the United States, that doesn't always matter. It doesn't matter in communities with economic decline or stagnation. Those areas don't need housing production, so its absence doesn't cause homelessness. But communities with a high degree of prosperity, communities like ours, do, and it does. Other replicated research shows that new housing that isn't broadly affordable rapidly produces more affordable housing opportunities down market. I'm happy to provide citations. I hope that when you're considering this project and others like it, you consider our neighbors who aren't here and approach and approve the project on terms that result in its expeditious construction and do not risk another common situation that delays the project or in the context of a builder's remedy project, risks litigation. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Manuel S.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Manuel Salazar, and I'm going to be here tonight to talk on behalf of SVA Home. We're a nonprofit that advocates to expand affordable housing solutions across Santa Clara County. And today I'm here to express our support for the Ceres Regis project and really to respectfully urge you to approve. So, as you already can tell, and you've heard multiple times now, the project's 300 homes, including 37, BMR units for lower income households, which is really wonderful to hear because Palo Alto does not have a lot of affordable units. It's a very expensive area to live, and expanding access while helping close that gap in what people are making versus what they're paying in rent is wonderful. The proposal also reflects, honestly, a thoughtful approach to site planning and community integration. it's bringing housing to a major corridor. It's supporting safer, more connected streets once the proper analysis and protocols have been followed and put in place. And just as importantly, the applicant has really demonstrated a willingness to work with the city. Something that a lot of other developers that I've seen across the county have not been willing to do, especially when they're submitting builder remedy applications. So it's wonderful to see the applicant doing that. And from a policy perspective, this just makes sense. The project helps move Palo Alto forward in meeting its RHNA obligations. And like many cities in the region, Palo Alto faces a significant housing shortfall. And projects like this, especially at this size, are essential to delivering homes at the scale and range of affordability that the city is requesting. It's also important to acknowledge the legal framework. I touched a bit on it prior with the builder's remedy application, and in my personal experience and working with SVA Home, seeing a lot of developers just come in and strong arm the cities to forcefully integrate the housing, but rather that's not the approach that we like to advocate for. We really, we need housing, but we need it to be at the right place at the right time and in the conversations with the right people. And you all are the wonderful right people to have those conversations. You represent the community. You can do the right thing in advancing housing while still serving the community interest. So I really hope you will move this project forward. It's honestly really nice to see this level of density being developed in Palo Alto. And yeah, I thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Michael Q.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My comments tonight might be a little bit all over the place. I'll try to keep it coherent. I'd like to address a few different things. An earlier speaker, Nikita, I believe it was, said something that struck a chord with me. He looked like a gentleman about my age, and he expressed frustration about the possibility of buying a home as a member of our generation. I'm a former banker, and I worked with many first-time home buyers and people trying to make that leap. What I will say is that the status of buildings can absolutely change. These condos could well be for sale at some point in the future. My mom lives in a building that is undergoing a condo rental to ownership model conversion right now. Anything that takes meaningful pressure off the market is good for our generation. Also, I'd like to touch on some of the history that got us to this point. My name and my voice might be quite familiar to members of council at this point. Some of us have known each other for quite a long time. I want to keep it positive, but I also want to reflect on how at the beginning of the last RHNA cycle, when the housing element working group is being selected, members of a previous council tiptoed up to a Brown Act violation and chose the members off the record. Now, let's think about where that got Palo Alto. Failing to build, failing to have good faith process there got us to the builder's remedy, where we are right now, and where I imagine members of council and members of the community would prefer not to be. While I consider it unlikely that Palo Alto will be decertified mid-cycle, I really would encourage the current council to not put a future council in the position that the council of 2019, I believe it was, are putting them in now. Because if we don't move our numbers, then it's entirely possible that Palo Alto and towns more broadly can ultimately really lose control of zoning. So you lost partial control, and that will progress further. I'm really encouraging Palo Alto and the council now to keep themselves relevant. One final thing I'll mention is I hold a CDL, a truck driver's license in California, and anecdotally, cars and people pulling out onto a busy street results in really nasty T-bone accidents. I've seen it. It's one of the things I feared most when I was in the oil and gas business and occasionally drove a truck. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Zachary A.
Hello, good evening, Council, and members of the lovely Palo Alto community. While I no longer live in Barron Park, I did for a couple of years. I saw this project at its beginning, and this, along with many other projects that I have commented on in the past, sort of anecdotally led me to where I am in my career, in my life today. But nothing more about that. But what I will say is this project needs to be built from the perspective of Palo Alto Forward, which I still do volunteer for. We do need more affordable housing and equitable housing in the neighborhood of Palo Alto, particularly outside of downtown, near California Avenue and San Antonio areas. This does make a lot of sense in that regard. But we must make certain that everything that has been said before around transportation review of the flow of traffic be taken care of, as well as considering very deeply on changing the way in which people interact with the building, whether it's an off-street driveway or some sort of covered area. This needs to be very deeply considered. On another note, part of the legislation in California, and this is very relevant for the week we have coming up with San Francisco Climate Week and Earth Day, is to look at buildings as more than just structures to put people into. These buildings need to be living, breathing entities that really do help improve the community. And I really do hope that will be open to discussing with people, and this is actually my industry, like myself and other experts, many of whom do live in the Palo Alto community or work within the community at the universities, to look at how you can become a bellwether for the rest of the country on building buildings that not only provide housing, but that get Palo Alto beyond zero carbon, allows Palo Alto to grow its own food, these kinds of things. And by the way, these buildings are cheaper to operate and in many cases actually cheaper to build. We can also, now with new kinds of accounting that exist, actually unlock value in the building itself. So we can actually pay for the more expensive things with the building's value, the carbon and such that it has in it and that it doesn't pollute. So I urge you to push this building forward with the caveat that there's still a lot of work left to do.
And that concludes public comment on action item 8.
All right, well, thank you very much to our public speakers, and thank you, Madam Clerk, for organizing that. I'm going to bring it back to the dais for
Actually, Mayor, I believe the applicant has a moment to
the 3-minute
offer. Yep.
Okay.
Final remarks, rebuttal comments.
Typically, it's 3 minutes.
Yes,
is that correct? Thank you for the reminder. Welcome.
Jeff Smith with Saris Regis, and again, I want to just echo the thank you and for your time and consideration tonight. We are here, Saris Regis, the Giovanotto family, and our design team, if there's any further questions. But there are 3 minor points I want to just clarify for the record. One, there was a comment in public comment that there might have been a place in our building for lease. I think what the speaker was commenting on was a co-working space in our building that is really an amenity for our residents. And so, again, to reiterate, our project is 100% housing. The second point is, again, we want to say with the strongest conviction that we're going to work with the city staff on the transportation analysis and like has been documented, the process of the back and forth, and that's our commitment to making sure that this project's safe. And then finally, just to put in the record, there was a very late and kind of recent condition for an extension of an easement on Matadero. And very similar to the stormwater condition and some other, even the traffic condition where we're going to work with staff, we just want to make it clear that we are open to conversations, open to that concept. And I think it was clear in some conversations back and forth that the intent was not to change the design in any manner or to change, the ability to obviously to ingress and egress our building. So as long as we work through the language in a collaborative fashion, we have no problem. I know the intent is not to change the design. We still have the ability to move forward the design that's presented tonight, and that's exactly what we'd like to do. So again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Now, back to the dais. Colleagues for comments and ultimately a motion. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And a couple questions for the applicant, if that's okay. Great. So just a couple of questions for the applicant regarding some labor standards at the site. I don't know who would be best to respond to that. Great, thank you. Will your project be able to create any career opportunities for local residents, maybe including apprenticeship opportunities for those in the building trades?
So, we answered this question, I think, at the Planning Commission meeting.
Okay, I missed it.
Yeah, labor joined. And that's always a good question. We get that on most of our projects. We've built projects with and without labor. We have built every kind of project. I actually had a follow-up conversation with the carpenters. Right now it's just too early to make any commitments. It's too early in the design process, too early. We haven't even hired a contractor. So right now, what I can say is that you can see our track record of 30 years of building, again, projects that have a lot of labor and, again, open shop. We're here to talk to the various unions, and we'll have that open discussion and make sure that we can bring a project forward, but we can also have very good conversations and bring the best kind of components to the project.
Appreciate that, and definitely would encourage it. I'm a high school teacher during the day, and my students are really concerned about their futures and AI replacing them, and I think being able to direct many to the building trades and being able to find a career that's going to be a little more protected from that uncertainty in the future would be great. So if we can be providing those opportunities for residents, would appreciate it. One additional one, seems like it'll be too early, but would highly encourage you as well with rising healthcare costs to make sure that your general contractor and subcontractors are providing healthcare benefits for their employees. Do you have an answer for that?
It's, again, too early. I will say when you see a project of this size and scale, and when we do finally hire a general contractor, this will not be a contractor that you've never heard of or not seen build multiple projects. So what I can say is I can't answer for them right now, but I guarantee you that that's top of mind. Safety, health and welfare of their workers, and all these contractors have dozens and even decades of experience, and they are the top-notch firms. Those are the people that we work with, and you can see our track record proves that. So
great, thank you. I'm encouraged to continue that. And then my additional questions, at least for now, related to kind of affordability. So this would be back to staff. I know this project is replacing 38 residential units, and the staff report notes that none of those are deed-restricted affordable housing, but it's older market rate housing, and we know that tends to be more naturally affordable. Do we have any sense of kind of the average price of those units that are being replaced?
I would defer to the applicant regarding what those units are being rented at currently. There are some requirements regarding the time of formal submittal of the application of having a percentage or vacancy requirement, if you will, for eligibility, but as to the extent of what those units are rented at, I would defer to the applicant.
Great. Invite the applicant up if they can answer that.
If you could repeat the question just so I understand.
So projects replacing 38 residential units, I understand those are not deed restricted, but older market rate tends to be more naturally affordable. Do you know the average rate of those units being removed?
I don't have those numbers. I know that we are going to comply with the city's relocation and tenant protection ordinances to a T. And so again, I think Giovanotos have been in Palo Alto for more than 60 years. There's a long track record there, but certainly we're going to comply with every requirement. I know Palo Alto has a very, very strong policy there, and we'll make sure that the renters that need protection will have that.
Glad to hear that. So I think this follow-up might be for for staff, or might get redirected to you. So can you go over how the tenant relocation assistance ordinance is being applied here with 3 multifamily buildings being demolished? That's a total of 38 residential units. Our ordinance applies to 10 units or more. So how is that being applied in this situation?
Sure. So directing our attention to finding that exact condition of approval here. So we would be looking at condition of approval number 4 for rental protections, and that would be our municipal code of section 9.68.060. That's for properties that would be renting more than, say, 10 units. The following section in that, or the preceding section, should I say, in the ordinance is for properties with less than 10 units. So, or subject to these renter protections. But to the extent of what is required, no fault evictions for rental properties with those more than 10 units. It includes either, say, like a rental fee waiver for the last month or relocation assistance that's detailed in the municipal code, notification requirements as well, and documentation showing compliance with those code requirements would need to be provided to city staff before any issuance of a demolition or deconstruction permit. So we would need to have that information in hand before the city would allow a demolition permit to proceed.
So on the relocation assistance, right, it's a kind of cash being provided.
Yeah, there's a dollar amount set in the municipal fee schedule, and depending on how each individual unit qualifies, based on those criteria, they would be eligible for that amount.
Okay, sounds good.
So the project is subject to the City Council's recently adopted renter protection ordinance.
So it's not just a simple 1-month rent waiver, there's a cash component.
I don't have the specific standard, but it's what the council adopted in terms of what is eligible for these units. We could certainly look it up and get you those specifics if you would like that.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. And then one more question, if that's okay. Sorry, on kind of again on this. So 37 units are BMR, but of those 37, half of the units are above moderate income. Then probably a question for the applicant again, what is going to be the price difference between those above moderate income units and a market rate unit?
Yeah, I'm looking to staff here because I think the ordinance, they're all the same level. Is that? I'm not sure where you're seeing that, Councilmember Stone, as far as the.
I can.
Yeah, but
if I may.
Yeah, I think just to answer your question, they're all at the same low level, so there are not moderate units on the.
I thought I had saw in okay.
They should all be at the 80% AMI.
Right, market rate.
That makes me feel better. I saw something in the staff report, I must have misread it then, that broke it down, 6 very low income, 6 low income, 8 moderate income, 17 above moderate income. What was I looking at?
Yes, so in the staff report that is listed, so that would be the projections that city staff had made regarding the housing inventory sites of what could be produced on the property. So those would be where the above moderate or the moderate, as you were describing, those numbers are detailed in that table in the staff report.
Great.
And that would be a housing element issue.
Yes.
So let me just make sure I understand this. So the units that are deed restricted, the 37 units, are at 80% AMI, and the reference in the staff report is a reflection of our housing sites inventory, where we tell how many units we think you're going to get at each income level. And that's just information to share. As the council knows, when it recently approved the Gang Road project, we fell below our moderate rate number, and so we have to go and find additional sites. So this is just information we're providing that it impacts our buffer, and we may have to do some additional work in that regard.
Great, thank you for that clarification. Makes me feel better about the 37 units, although disappointed that we're at 13% BMR rather than 20%, which I think we should be, but I understand state law continues to restrict our abilities to get the type of affordability that we really want and need. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And Mayor, if I may, just to respond to the other question, the amounts that are eligible for the relocation assistance is based on the size of the bedrooms and dollar amounts that are set forth. And when the code was adopted, and I believe this may get adjusted through increases, but right now it's $7,000 for a studio, $9,000 for a one bedroom, $13,000 for a two bedroom, and 3 or more bedrooms is $17,000. Those are that's the amount per unit type.
All right, Councilmember Byrd.
Thank you. So first I want to say that I really want to commend the property owners and the developer for the collaboration that they've taken on this project. It's a builder's remedy project, and yet the waivers and concessions are pretty modest, and they've also been, staff has said, been working collaboratively. I wish I was sanguine that all of our builder's remedy projects would take a similar approach, but I do want to commend this group. Second, just following up on the BMR aspects, once again, the developers are complying with the standards set forth in the state law. Our RENA allocations require 40% BMR plus 20% moderate income, which are largely subsidized in some way. And our inclusionary rule would normally be 20%. So this is what we're facing. And we're seeing that on this housing inventory site, this project, despite its scale and other elements, is well short of what we were hoping for on this site. But moving back to the specifics of the project, my understanding is that the site is going to have some bike facilities, if I might, through the applicant, get clarification on that?
Yes, definitely. Good question. And yeah, biking is one of the top amenities our residents are looking for. So we've got a really great storage room. Actually, I think it's even a set of rooms. We've got a bike fix-it station. And we've also worked out with staff, this project and even the other project that you'll hear about in the future, just ways to access, make sure that there's good access. And again, that protected lane is pretty spectacular for bikers. Now, there are a set of bikers that will just want to keep their very expensive bike in their own units, and we obviously will allow that as well.
Well, I appreciate embracing that. This is one of the notions with putting the bicycle lanes on El Camino. We knew that we have a couple thousand housing units, which would be in the vicinity of 5,000 new residents being located on El Camino. And I think it's important to the residents, but I'm also glad that, that you're recognizing that. With the parking demands, one question is, have you looked at shared vehicles, zip car type of vehicles, and the possibility that basically one car, I don't know what the formula is, typically replaces the need for parking of 5 or 10 privately owned vehicles?
We typically do look at that on every project as an option. I will tell you that lately, and I'm saying in the last 5 to 10 years, it has not been as feasible. For a lot of these parking companies, we'll just ask them if they'll come in, and really they're only looking for the hardcore downtown. When I say downtown, like a San Francisco, Oakland, places where there's a lot more use potential. But certainly we'll look at that, and obviously rideshare is a big
I know
part
Stamford is actually one of the biggest users, so it's not all high density, but there are different circumstances. And I do want to just further highlight that the east-west bike access, meaning coming, we already have the new bike path in the Fry's area is already constructed. We have a high priority for our bike and ped underpass in the vicinity of Matadero Creek. And continuing this through the off-road path potential that's in the bike and pedestrian master plan takes it to the Bull Park path, which allows folks to go to the Stanford Research Park, to Gunn High School, and to Upper Barron Park. And so I really think that when we're having this volume of development, and not just this project, a whole series of housing projects right in this vicinity, this becomes a really important part of our future capital investments and getting that happen. I did want to just mention, though, that despite the focus on biking and everything else, when we have new housing development in general, yes, we do reduce our vehicle miles travel from long-distance inbound commuters, and that's significant. But even with mitigations on vehicle trips in the city, we have net increases in-city traffic, and we will have that from the development that we're going to have. And that's just unavoidable. We may be able to mitigate a part of it, but I don't want any confusion for the public that somehow projects that reduce long-distance commutes will have anything other than actually an increase in local trips. I say that as a bike rider. Those are my comments, and I look forward to supporting the project.
Thank you. Councilmember Rectal.
Yeah, I too look forward to supporting the project. Even though this is a builder's remedy, it really is pretty much what we were asking for with the El Camino focus area. So we thank the applicant for that. You didn't break the zoning, you bent it a little bit. But this is gonna be a big building. It's really gonna change the neighborhood for better or for worse. And it's gonna be a big change, especially with Creekside next door. And some of the waivers are gonna make it more imposing. But my biggest concern is the bike safety, both on Matadero and on Kendall. These are really narrow streets, and we have a lot of work to do. I think it's solvable, but I think we have a lot of work to do. A question for transportation. During PTC, they brought up the concept of maybe having one-way streets, at least in some part of that neighborhood. Would that be a good thing, bad thing? What do you think for a safety standpoint? These streets are so narrow, making it one-way would put less demand on it, but one-way streets also can cause confusion and people going out of their way to make merges.
Thank you. Typically, one-way streets, there's been research on one-way streets, they do tend to operate at higher speeds. So that is kind of not what we're interested in this location. The other thing is, typically one-way streets are used in kind of getting into a downtown. So I haven't seen them used in this kind of context.
The street is so narrow, and if you really want a significant bike lane, there really isn't, like on Kendall, there really is not much room for more than 2 cars. And so if you really want a good bike lane there, it's going to be very difficult to have two-way and a bike lane. Anyway, it's something we're not going to decide it here, but I see the possibility, but I also can see it being problematic. So
yeah, we need to think about how people get in as well as out.
Yeah,
of the
exactly.
area. Yeah.
It's not trivial. Mayor, can I ask Gary Black? Gary, good to see you again. I have a question about, you're looking at the garage entrances and exits, and what can you do to make them safer?
Yeah, let me introduce myself to the rest. Gary Black with Hexagon Transportation Consultants. And we were asked to take a look at this project to see if we can make sure that the driveways, the garage entrances are going to be safe for all users. And so the primary concern that we have is sight distance at those locations. So we want to make sure, and there's 2 aspects of sight distance. There's seeing pedestrians on the sidewalk and also cars in the street. And so we worked with the developer to design the driveways in such a way that both of those sight distance requirements could be met.
And so what's your assessment, that this is going to be safe, or that we have more work to do, or what's the?
Well, safe is kind of a subjective word. I can say that they will meet the site distance requirements, and that's our primary concern. I will say just in addition, Matadero and Kendall are both they're narrow streets, so the speeds are very low on those streets. And so in that sense, it's better to have traffic flowing at a low speed for the cars to go in and out of the driveway. It's safer than a driveway on El Camino would be.
Is there anything the city can do on city land to improve safety, bike safety particularly?
Within the existing right-of-way? Well, I think as you heard your transportation official mention, there's ways to slow down the cars. We haven't done an assessment of the existing speeds, though those streets are very narrow, so I'd be surprised if the traffic was traveling very fast. But there are ways to slow down traffic, which is good for bikes. This particular project would provide some additional roadway width on Matadero, so there's a little more room for bikes when you're at the signal at El Camino. Well, you've probably been out there. It's very sketchy right now. It's a little hard to tell even where the street is. So that would all be cleaned up. So that particular intersection would be better for bikes right there.
Okay, thank you. That's all for you. Thanks, Gary. Councilmember Burt talked about the Valley Water bike path, and I really am a big fan of that. When I used to bike up to the research park, I really wish that was there. That would have saved me a lot of time. It'd be a direct route, and if we do this before construction, then that will make the construction issues much less. A lot of the through bikes especially will not have to use Matadero anymore. So I really am really high on getting that bike path up and working. And as the council member mentioned, it'll serve gun students, it'll serve people going to the research park. I think it's a really big win. I have some more questions, but we'll wait next time around. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll come back to you. Councilmember Lithgott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to open just by thanking everybody who's been involved for the tremendous work, just going through a staff report and application that's so dense. It's really admirable to see the amount of effort, for those of us who don't do this work on a daily basis, to see the amount of detailed effort that goes into bringing a project to this point. I won't ever forget the evening that when I first learned of the El Camino focus area from colleagues, it was presented by staff as part of our housing element stuff. The idea that we might do something different on this little portion of El Camino just south of Page Mill came before us. And one of the Giovanotto brothers, I don't know if it was Alex or Peter, spoke in public comment and basically said, not sure if you know this, but we are a family of Palo Altans that's been here for decades, and we own some of the properties just south of the area you've currently designated. And we'd really like to be a part of the El Camino focus area because we want to help Palo Alto meet its housing goals. And that wasn't that long ago. And here we are with this. And to go from that to where we are today, it hasn't even been that long a period of time, all things considered. Thanks, I think, to how the applicant and their various parties and staff have worked together. So tonight feels like such a triumph for all of us, and especially for those new residents who, if this is approved, will have a place to live in Palo Alto. I want to echo Council Members Burt and Rechtel in commending you for your conduct within the context of the builder's remedy, which is potentially quite adversarial, and yet you've chosen to conduct yourself in a manner that seeks to get to yes on both sides. And you've also praised staff for how they've worked with you in the various stages of this effort. And we appreciate your letting us know that you're finding the city good to work with, as we aim not only to create more opportunities for housing to be built here, but to overcome a perhaps outdated reputation that we are not pro-housing. Regarding the bike and ped safety, that was the question I had as a technical matter at the front end. And after listening to the applicant and to staff, and my colleagues, I am confident that the transportation analysis will come, and I have every expectation that the applicant and staff will work together to address all safety mitigations that do not render the project infeasible. I was also pleased with your response on tenant protections. I loved it when you said, sir, that you're going to comply with the city's tenant protections to a T. You took pride in letting us know that that's who you are. and how you aim to conduct yourselves. And that was really lovely to hear. I do have a question. I don't know if it's a question for staff or the applicant. Are we able to give your existing tenants some priority on the wait list for those below market units? Should they choose, if they're in a building that's going to be demolished but would like to stay in the area, is there any feasibility for ensuring that they get on a wait list or at least learn about a wait list for below market housing? I'm not sure who knows the answer to that.
Well, I'll take a first response to that. Our below market rate housing program is managed through Alta Housing, and there is a waiting list for that. I don't know how it works with, folks who are in an existing building who might be displaced where there's more affordable. We can certainly take a look at that. I can't imagine the applicant would have an objection to that. So it's really more of a city administrative piece to understand that, but certainly would welcome their feedback if they did have an objection.
I think you're going to like my answer because we're going to follow your ordinance to a T as well here. I mean, we work with many different cities. A lot of them have flexibility, which is great. We could work with Alta Housing because it'd be a great story, and we'd love to have those tenants. Anyone who's protected, we'd love for them to be back in this new beautiful building. And some cities are very strict, and again, we'll follow the process and make sure we give every opportunity.
Much appreciated. And Madam Mayor, I should have asked you if I could speak directly to the applicant. Would you mind, may I? And would you mind, my last question. A public commenter did infer that your ratings as a landlord or the VR company as landlords may leave a bit to be desired for some. And I just wonder if you care to share anything with us about your responsiveness as property managers to tenant concerns?
Well, what I can say initially is that I think everyone who's been on the internet and seen social media can understand the challenges, right? And so I can't speak to exactly those comments that were made, but what I will tell you is that Saris Regis has teamed up with the Giovanotto family on this project because of its nature, its size, and a ground-up development that we're working with them to potentially manage the project as well. We have a long history of management. So again, our intention is to make sure that we have a great experience at every one of our communities.
Thank you so much. And I think it's clear, but I'll state for the record, I do intend to support this project.
Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. I look forward to supporting this project as well. I did have some concerns about traffic safety, but I believe that we can mitigate those to the greatest extent possible. I like how we're getting rid of some outdated office space. I like how a loading space is included as a condition of approval. I like the sidewalk easement. There's a good mix of unit sizes. The respect for existing tenants is definitely there. So this is a welcome project, and I'm looking forward to moving it forward.
I'll just jump in here with some quick comments before I go back to Councilmember Rekdal, which is, this is the classic type of circumstance where you're trying to serve many masters and accomplish many things. And, we appreciate the advance toward our housing goals that this project represents. But we also are trying to have the traffic safety, and especially for our youth and school children. And so I appreciate the work that's been done on that, the traffic analysis, the thought, the interaction. And of course, we as a city are trying to comply with the state housing laws in good faith. And so it requires then this kind of dance between staff and the applicant and residents and our commissions, the ARB, the PTC. And so we appreciate it. It takes many hands to get to this point. This is something I look forward to seeing come to fruition. We're not done yet, but I think there's been a lot of good work in good faith to try to move this forward, and I join my colleagues in commending applicants for that, and hope we can maintain that as things move forward. So I don't have a lot of questions or comments beyond that at this point, other than I too look forward to supporting this project. And I will turn back to Councilmember Rekdal.
Okay, a couple quick questions. Bike parking, the design has 280 versus 321. Question for staff. Do we have a good idea how much typically is used? We require one bike parking per unit, but is that typically underused or is that typically fully used?
I think that's a great question. Every project probably would be different on the usage of the site. Of course, we have standards for a reason in our code. This project would be providing the long-term in a little bit less than that requirement. As for usage of this potential project, maybe utilizing those full 280 spaces, I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
I know when our family lived in an apartment, the four of us had our bikes and we all brought them down and crammed them in there, and the bike room was just packed. And we felt guilty taking 4 spots for one unit, but you know, you got to do what you got to do. Okay, next question is for garbage collection. Where's the garbage collection going to be? Are we moving dumpsters outside into the bike lane, or are we going to be in the garage?
So as the applicant noted, there was some ongoing collaboration. We ultimately landed that the trash rooms would relocate the bins to the trash room located on the first floor along Kendall, and the trash hauler has an agreement that it would access the bins inside of the building if it's within 20 feet. So there would be no staging of bins along Kendall. It would just be the truck and the trash hauler going into the trash room to collect the refuse.
Okay, yeah, that's very good. And some other developments, we see that. It's a pain for them to have to move it out there, but also it blocks parking, it blocks the bike lane, so I think that's very good. And finally, what about DoorDash and Uber and things like that? Where are they going to be picked up downstairs? Is a loading zone in the garage, or is it going to be on the curb?
So I believe the staff report notes, tagging along your previous comment, the loading zone. So that would be located inside of the garage. There is a loading space. As for how that will be used, I believe the tenants will probably have some orders to be placed, but there is a requirement for one loading space within our objective standards and parking requirements, and that's being met with the current plans.
Yeah, when I looked at the plans, it is down, they have at least a spot down in the garage. It doesn't look real convenient. I'm kind of concerned that people won't use it. And so then now you'll have DoorDash stopping by the curb and blocking the bike lane, or Uber, same thing. So I think that's something that I would want to keep an eye on and make sure that, because especially these narrow lanes, all it takes is someone's out there waiting for an Uber pickup. You're blocking half of the road right there. So that's a concern. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to follow up with staff on the conditions of approval, number 67, that addresses the construction logistics plan. So it mentions pedestrian safety, but doesn't explicitly mention bicycle safety. I understand pedestrian safety probably includes bicyclist safety, but can we call that out more explicitly, especially given the nature of the safe routes to school there, to make that very clear?
In anticipation of that comment, staff has been revising the language and would be happy to share that on screen.
Oh, you're wonderful. Great, thank you. With that, I'm happy to move the staff recommendation to approve the project.
Second.
All right. Do you want to speak to your motion?
No, thanks.
Speak to your second? Okay. I just wanted to add in there that, specifically a lot of the stuff you did, like with ARB suggestions along, that were, whether it's facade articulation or height transitions or open spaces, I appreciate you doing that along the way. But because I'm a stickler for minute detail, I just can't shake that lawyer thing. I did ask staff about the difference between a mediation and a mitigation with respect to one of the conditions in the ROLUA. And so you may have something to say that for the motion maker to consider. So I want to give you that chance.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So reflecting back on that conversation that was being had on, I think it was condition number 33. We looked at that, and actually, I think we can share that on screen if that's okay. Clerk, we'll go ahead and share. There are 3 conditions that we would like to propose this evening for adjustment. One is the new condition that we discussed in the staff presentation. The top one here is condition 33, which would change the word, replace the word mediation with mitigation, which I think is a more accurate reflection of the traffic impact analysis, the impacts and ways to mitigate those impacts, again, to the extent that the project remains feasible. And then condition number 66 is proposed to be updated to reflect that specific concern that we heard this evening about the safe routes to school. We do, Vice Mayor, believe that that is captured in the language, but just to be abundantly clear based on the community input, we wanted to make sure that that was in there. And then we also have additional review authority, including the Director of Planning and Development Services, but also the Chief Transportation Official, so that we have more eyes in looking at the logistics plan and the solutions to make sure that we're mitigating those impacts from construction on the safe routes to school aspect.
Yep. Quick, on the staff report, the logistics plan is condition 67.
Thank you. Yep. Okay. We'll make that adjustment here. So we do, Mayor, it is important that the applicant have a chance to look at this and have an opportunity to comment on it. They're seeing this for the first time, but we believe it's fairly consistent with how we've approached other projects in the past, and would welcome any additional feedback on that.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for letting me lift this up now. Does the applicant, they're fairly minor, but if it's something you can digest and comment on now, I welcome you to do that.
Well, again, I'm going to give kudos to staff, and specifically Stephen. I mean, Marissa, and I'll give also kudos to our team, have worked so closely that this is not a surprise. We want to work together. We're fine with the language.
Okay, thank you. Then I would suggest a friendly amendment to your motion.
Accepted.
And second as well? Okay, great. So is there further discussion on the friendlyly amended motion? Friendly? Okay, seeing none, let's see the motion again, and if we can, on the fly, lean on the clerk to integrate that in somehow.
And we'll send the clerk the added language.
We'll send the clerk the added language. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, did you want to see something more on the screen? No? Okay. If there's no further comment and the understanding that the language we just saw will be incorporated into this, I think we're ready to vote.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames? Yes. Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Motion carries 601, Councilmember allowing absent.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and thank you to all for being here tonight for this, including our PTC representative. We will close out that item, and going to move to a council break now with all hope and Godspeed to our colleague, Councilmember Lowing, so hopefully we can come back and have him join us for the next item. All right, thank you all. going to call us back to order. And let's move on to action item number 9, approval of stuff that we already did, but tonight is left the ad hoc purpose statements and the committee work plans. So Deputy City Manager,
I will lead this off.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mayor. And actually, you just provided a great encapsulation of what we have. So we can dispense with the presentation. Just kidding. As the Mayor just pointed out, this is a continued item and largely a cleanup. Given that the City Council already worked through the priorities and objectives, what you have left are the ad hoc committee purpose statements and your standing committee work plans. Next slide, please. So as we proceed, just note that it was actually more than a month ago that you approved the priorities and objectives. So coming back with the committees, do want to as we get into the list, point out what I think the City Council knows, but may not be obvious to the public, which is your dance card is full. And so through the combination of both your ad hoc committees and your standing committees, we definitely have a full plate. Next slide, please. And let's see. This is just a little bit of background, so why don't we proceed to the next slide. Next slide. Okay, and just notes that we have a number of ad hoc committees. We have individual purpose statements outlined for each one, but these are largely, I think, somewhat perfunctory. Next slide, please. And then your 2 standing committees, policy and services, as well as, next slide, your finance committee work plans on a month-by-month basis. As committee members know, these will be adjusted based on capacity and as items come forward. So would expect that your discussion tonight, again, could largely be pro forma and proceed with the work. Do want to note that the work plans were put together before our very recent and cross-departmental, very intensive effort related to the grade crossing safety. And so I know that we are already experiencing some impacts as a result in terms of our ability to keep moving on the items that are already on the list. If the council is interested in adding issues to any of the work plans, would ask that we will want to review our capacity and ability to take on anything additional and potentially drop off things that are currently on the list. That said, I did want to note that on one of the ad hoc committees, we did note that the chair of the Cumberly ad hoc had proposed some revisions to the purpose statements. Staff has reviewed and we're in agreement, and we could share that at the appropriate time. So with that, Mayor, we'll give it back to you.
All right, thank you. And I also want to note that we did take public comment on this entire item on March 9th when we heard it initially. And it is in the March 9th packet where we have the descriptions of the ad hoc committees on around page 200 of that packet. Because I happen to be looking at 200 and it's kind of in the middle. All right, so with that, we can go straight to council discussion. I would suggest that both of these are fairly narrow, but it may make more sense to just do the ad hoc purposes first. And if anyone has any comments on those, I just wanted to comment on the Climate Action and Sustainability Committee. It says facilitates implementation of the climate action work plans, plan items of the 2026-27 Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, work plan, and the council priority objectives that fall under that. That's all good. I don't know if we need to add it, but it also makes revisions on any, makes recommendations to council on any possible revisions to that work plan and like future SCAPs, like that's what we tend to do at the end of each cycle. Now, it's not the end of a cycle this year, but we may want to say, makes recommendations to council on any revisions to that work plan. It's a minor note. The only other thing I had was that the rail safety ad hoc, which, as an aside, huge thank you to. I know that's been a huge lift. We'll talk about that Wednesday, but just big thank you to the three of you. I like the scope of it. I was trying to call it, when I appointed it, the Rail Safety Committee, because I think youth mental health deserves its own whole thing that we do separately, as is noted there. So somehow the / youth mental health got added to the title, and I think it's just more accurately, that deserves its own thing. So I think more accurately, we should just call that the Rail Safety.
Mayor, on that point, I would note that we've had version issues. So there are some versions that have it just rail safety and others that have added the youth mental health.
Got it. So, we
yeah,
can,
I think our intent was to drop the youth mental health.
Yeah, okay. Any comments on the ad hoc purposes? Or we can, Councilmember Lithgow-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As City Manager mentioned, on behalf of the Cubberley ad hoc, I took a look at the initial description and just found it outdated and made some suggestions. I emailed my ad hoc colleagues and staff at the time, this was like a month ago, as well as the clerk. What I don't have is an easy way to compare the old and the new. But if the clerk could put the new language up and I could point my colleagues to, as the mayor said, it's like page 200. I found it on attachment D. This would have been, what meeting was it?
March 9th.
Yeah. I wonder if the clerk has the old language. You probably do.
Oh, I might.
Oh, this is different. This is not what we were referring to.
No. Well, no. This is, I hadn't broken it out as 1, 2, 3 like this. It was.
Oh, right.
Isn't
It was just text.
was just
Actually,
text.
it's accurate, but it just wasn't
Right, there we
bulleted
go.
out.
That's what it looked like. So I will tell you what I thought needed changing. The initial one said, Cubberley ad hoc will facilitate city council review and approval of the master plan process and serve as the council ambassador for engagement with the community and building community support for development of a new community center at the Cubberley site. This includes recommendations to council on the operating model, fees and charges, space allocation, and a master plan. And it felt that that was a step or two away, and that what we are actually working on is the Cubberley master plan process, financial vehicles for acquiring the acreage, ballot measure language, public-private funding partnerships, space allocation in the transition and long-term, and future operating model. So that is the material aspect of the edits.
Is there 6? 6. Okay. Right. Yes, you just bulleted it out.
Councilmember Lithgow-Hames?
Yes.
I believe there was also an edit to remove the last sentence in the original language, just because there was about some items that were being considered by Finance Committee that actually have been before the ad hoc committee. So
Right,
just wanted to make sure that was reflected in the
So
record.
were we taking that out?
Right.
Yes.
So that last line, operations, funding, and ballot measure work may be heard by the finance committee rather than Cubberley ad hoc?
Yeah.
We're taking that out?
Well, I think in practice.
Because it is being heard.
It is being heard, and so
Okay.
we would want to be consistent for
Got
Brown
it.
Act purposes.
Yep, I'm fine with that.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other lights, so why don't we move to a motion? I don't know, Councilmember, if you want to make it, or I can.
So I move to update the Cubberley ad hoc committee description as stated.
Second.
Oh, okay.
And the whole thing.
Then I'll do it as a friendly amendment, so, go ahead, that's fine. Maybe I just offer a friendly amendment to also conform the name of the Rail Safety Committee to just Rail Safety, and to add to climate and sustainability recommend to council any revisions of the 2026-2027 work plan and future SCAPs.
I accept that.
I don't know if you wanted to wait to see it, but thank you if you'll accept it. Yeah, might as well. Hey. We voted to refer a lot of actions to you in your absence.
I didn't expect applause for this appearance. I'm not a big fan of Delta Airlines right now. I'll tell you that.
Uh-oh. So, Councilmember, we are on item 9, and we deferred the vote on the board and commissions appointments. We heard the staff presentation and deferred the vote until you arrived. So after we hear this item, we can turn to that. And we are midway through item 9. We are dealing with the ad hoc purposes, and then we'll move on to the committee work plans for PNS and finance. Does that look good to my colleagues? Or?
Mayor, and perhaps to the makers of the motion, I believe we also wanted to acknowledge that since the Valley Water Shoreline Funding Ad hoc purpose was completed, that would be removed.
Yes, I would ask that the maker and seconder consider that. It's kind of a moot ad hoc.
Yes.
Seconder?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, well, Madam Clerk, thank you for synthesizing all of that. I don't see any lights on. I don't know if you want to speak to your motion or second further. Okay, I'm seeing no interest, so I meant that not in a derisive way. That sounded derisive. So let's take a vote.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Not here for the debate, so I will abstain.
No debate.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Trust us.
Motion carries 601. Councilmember Lowing abstained.
Excellent. Okay, so if we can move on to the finance and PNS work plans, which are set forth in the slides. And as noted, were done some time ago. Is there a motion to approve and or amend those? All right, folks. Councilmember Liu, thank you.
Maybe just one question here. An open thought in my mind is, as we wrap up the BPTP and the safe systems, the bike and pedestrian plan, transportation plan, safe systems plan, there's not really a next step that the council will necessarily consider in terms of funding and actualizing that. Given that this is wrapping up this year, I would like potentially a finance committee meeting to actually discuss the available funding, the grants, the status of different project costs, so council could potentially actually move the ball forward on our bike and pedestrian plan. I'm curious if staff has any thoughts on that, if that's not necessary. So yeah, I'll start there.
I'll offer a couple of options there. Actually, there's really not options. You can pursue them both. It's One, that you will be able to discuss the capital improvement program as a part of the Finance Committee's discussion of the budget within the next month. And that's one. And two, with the bicycle plan, that will be coming back to the City Council slated for June, and you could discuss it at that point. So it really wouldn't be necessary to create a committee referral at this point. You might want to do that when either as the plan comes forward as part of your approval.
Okay, I think we can push it to June depending on how thoroughly we can actually talk about implementation in June versus just the plan. Okay.
And that would be at the full council?
Yes, understood.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I just have one suggestion, and I'm hoping it's not additive, but it's along the lines of something that we discussed earlier today at agenda planning. For PNS, there's an item in April, the legislative update, and I would just encourage us to say legislative update and strategy for strategic weighing in, because I think that's something that could be talked about anyway, but I think that looking at how we deal with our advocacy would be helpful.
Once again, I believe no revision is necessary. In fact, that meeting and that topic is on the agenda tomorrow night. So it's, I think, already primed for that follow-up discussion.
Okay, just didn't know if we needed to be expressed for your purposes, so no. All right, excellent, well, great. Then I would move that we approve the 2026 work plans for the Policy and Services Committee and the Finance Committee.
Second.
Do you want to, I don't need to speak to my motion, do you?
No
want to-
need.
Nope. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's take a vote, including Councilmember Lowing.
Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing? Vice Mayor
Yes.
Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thanks very much, and thank you, staff. Appreciate you coming back for this one, and we got it done. Okay, I would like to suggest that we go to finish up our deferred item, which was our very first item of the evening, which was our board and commission appointments. So, Madam Clerk, do you want to help us in the voting process?
Yes, so I've just sent electronic ballots to each of your city emails. Please look out for those and let us know if you have any issues accessing the ballots. It's up to you, Mayor, if you'd like to take some time to vote, or if you want to move on to item 10 and I can tabulate while you discuss that. Either works for me.
I think we should take the time to vote now, and then if it's going to take you some time to tabulate, we could at least do the staff presentation, or the colleagues' presentation on the next item, and then we could perhaps check on the votes at that point. So why don't we go ahead and vote, colleagues?
Can we do this by phone?
Yes. So
I know, but it's not up yet.
each council member should have been sent an electronic ballot to your city email addresses. So you should be able to access that either on your laptops or phones, if you have access to your city email there. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, just let me know when the responses have been submitted. I'm not trying to rush anybody, I just don't have any way of knowing.
We're just waiting on one response.
Okay. I will say, this never gets any easier. We have such incredible talent in this community that these are never easy decisions.
One moment, we are getting close to tabulating all of the vote results.
That's great, because actually if you can get them done now so that if we have to do a second round, we can be processing that, that'd be great. That's why we do it by email, so that it's like faster. I don't either. If you're just adding one, you should have a template ready to put on the screen. I'm just laughing at her already.
Just about 20 more seconds.
Okay.
Very close.
We're going to put the clock up on you this time.
All right, we have tabulated the results, and we've done it all in one round. So Human Relation Commissions, candidate Ellen Bob received votes from Lowing and Rectal. Candidate Rona Hu received votes from Councilmember Burt, and candidate Razel Rosenberg received votes from Liu, Lithcott-Hames, Stone, and Vinker. So candidate Razel Rosenberg is appointed to the partial term vacancy expiring on October 31st, 2026. For the Planning and Transportation Commission, we have Daniel Philip Benos receiving no votes, Martin Blanchette receiving 0 votes, candidate Bryna Chang received votes from Burt, Lowing, Liu, Lithcott-Hames, Rectal, Stone, and Vinker. Candidate Forrest Olaf Peterson received votes from Liu, Lithcott-Hames, Stone, and Vinker. Tom Siegel received votes from Burt, Lowing, and Rectal. And candidate Jeff Watt received no votes. So Bryna Chang and Forrest Olaf Peterson are appointed to the 2 full-term vacancies expiring March 31st, 2030. And finally, for the Utilities Advisory Commission, Megan Mauder received votes from Burt, Lowing, Liu, Lithcott-Hames, Rectal, Stone, and Vinker. Candidate Robert Phillips received votes from Burt, Lowing, Liu, Lithcott-Hames, Rectal, Stone, and Vinker. Greg Scharf received votes from Lowing, Lithcott-Hames, Rectal, Stone, and Vinker. Olgu Tanriverdi received no votes, and Julia Zetlin received votes from Burt and Liu. That means that Megan Mauder, Robert Phillips, and Greg Scharf are appointed to the 3 full-term vacancies expiring March 31st, 2029.
All right, well,
Just congratulations to all candidates, and thank you for those that applied, and encourage folks to apply for the Historic Resources Board and the Stormwater, as we are still recruiting for those 2 commissions.
yes. Yes. No, thank you very much to the clerk's office for shepherding us through this process. Thank you to my colleagues. Well, congratulations to my colleagues. We don't have to go more than 1 round. But I would say to the applicants that, you know, as previous, we have a wealth of candidates, and it is, you know, hard to make these decisions. And a lot of times, people who try a second or third time then get on. So, you know, please do stay involved in our community. We appreciate you, and we're grateful for the time it took for you to apply, to fill out the forms, and to come here before us. So thanks to all. And with that, we can move on to our last action item of the evening, which now will not be interrupted with any votes. And so that item is item 10. It is a colleagues memo on property aggregation in residential districts. And I will turn first to Vice Mayor Stone.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. The proposal before you tonight from Councilmember Rectal and myself is about protecting our neighborhoods, preserving our housing supply, and maintaining quality of life in Palo Alto while still respecting property rights. Over the past several years, we've seen the proliferation of something our existing rules were never designed to address: the consolidation of multiple single-family homes under a single owner, sometimes spanning an entire block and being transformed into long-term construction sites and effectively private compounds. At the same time, we can't ignore the broader context. The wealth gap in Silicon Valley has grown dramatically. According to the 2025 Silicon Valley Pain Index, the wealth divide in the region has widened at twice the rate of the rest of the country. A small number of households hold a disproportionate share of wealth, while many families are struggling just to stay in the region, let alone buy a home. I think few cities in the nation understand this problem more than us here in Palo Alto, where the divide between our city's wealthiest residents stand in stark contrast to the average Palo Alton who far too often struggle to keep up with our city's astronomical housing costs. When that level of wealth intersects with an already constrained housing market, it creates pressures our policies simply haven't kept up with. And we're now seeing the impacts play out at the neighborhood level. Residents are experiencing multi-year construction that blocks streets, sidewalks, and bike lanes, in some extreme cases for 8 years or more. They're dealing with persistent noise, dust, and congestion that makes life difficult. Frequently, homes sit vacant for extended periods during a housing shortage, and we've heard concerns about unmarked private security that can make public streets feel unwelcoming or even intimidating. In fact, I'm sure you all recall just a few months ago, one of our own commissioners told this council that he was harassed by private security guards for simply standing on a public sidewalk. Neighbors are telling us clearly this is changing the character and social fabric of their blocks on our city. The challenge is that our current zoning code and building rules look at projects one parcel at a time. They don't account for one owner controlling multiple adjacent properties. They don't account for overlapping multi-year construction across those properties. And they don't account for the cumulative impacts on traffic safety and livability. This is a policy gap. So what this proposal does is it begins to fill that gap with reasonable, targeted guardrails focused not on who someone is, but on the scale, duration, and cumulative impact of what's happening. So there's two main components to the proposal. First, it establishes clear citywide rules for private security. If security is present in our neighborhoods, they should be transparent and accountable. Vehicles should be clearly marked and permitted. Guards should identify who they are and respect public right-of-ways. And there should be no harassment, intimidation, or implied privatization of our public streets. It does not prohibit private security. It simply establishes standards of conduct and transparency so that all members of the public in the public right-of-way feel comfortable and safe. Second, it creates an aggregation oversight overlay framework for situations where one owner controls 3 or more homes within a 500-foot radius of each other. So in those cases, additional standards apply. It sets limits on prolonged back-to-back construction by introducing reasonable timelines and cool-down periods. It requires construction parking and circulation plans for longer projects to reduce impacts on streets and neighbors. It discourages homes from sitting vacant year after year by requiring actual residential use. And it includes a private right of action, giving neighbors a last resort tool to enforce the rules when violations persist, especially given that our code enforcement resources are already stretched thin. Councilmember Rectal will speak more to the details of our proposal in a moment. So ultimately, this proposal is all about balance. So the question before us is this: do we allow entire neighborhoods to bear years of disruption with no guardrails, or do we update our policies to reflect the realities we're now facing? Because doing nothing will mean accepting this as the new normal, and will only accelerate as income inequality in the region worsens, the wealth gap grows, and more high-asset individuals or entities can afford to outbid the rest of us and remove even more precious housing from the market. At a time when so many families are being priced out, we can't allow homes to be taken off the market or neighborhoods to be fundamentally reshaped without thoughtful oversight. And with that, I look forward to the discussion and my colleagues' perspectives. I'll turn it over now to Councilmember Rectal for additional insight. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, one thing I want to make clear is our focus here is to protect the neighborhoods. We're not trying to be punitive and punish the wealthy individuals. We're really more focused on protecting the neighborhood. These wealthy people bought in Palo Alto because they love the same things that we do. They love the parks, they love the quality of life, and unfortunately, some of their actions are degrading the very things that attracted them to Palo Alto. And so we really want to protect the neighborhood and keep it livable. But again, we don't want to be punitive. So we're trying to find some reasonable rules that going in, everybody knows these reasonable rules, and hopefully they're followed and we have no issues with that. So I'll describe just a brief overview of what the actual rules are. The staff report has the full, but again, if any single owner occupies 3 properties within 500 feet, they now are constrained in how they can develop. Any construction lasting more than 6 months requires a construction, parking, and circulation plan, and that will have a daily schedule and other impacts. They have to specify the impacts. Construction parking will be limited to the frontage of the house. All construction shall be completed within 24 months. And then once, if you've spent more than 12 months doing a construction, once that project ends, you'll have a 3-year prohibition on new construction. The problem is that if you keep on having, if they have 5 properties and each one sequentially becomes a construction site, the whole neighborhood is a construction site. So we want a cool down period so that the neighbors can get back to peace and quiet again. The enforcement is novel. When we talked to our code enforcement, they had no desire to have, they're stretched thin already, have more rules to enforce. And so one possibility is to do private action, or private action would mean that the neighbors, anyone within 500 feet of that property, if the rules are not being followed, could sue to enforce that action. And we'll talk more about that later. There's also vacancy restrictions. A lot of these you'll have multiple houses, but only really one is lived in, and the others are used for non-residential purposes or perhaps even empty. So we want to enforce neighborhood. The beautiful thing about neighbors is that they live in your neighbors' houses, and that we don't want empty houses because that just eats away at the neighborhood feel. And also, as Greer, as the vice mayor mentioned, private security. We don't want just nameless people hanging out in your neighborhood. You don't know, are they good up to no good, or are they protecting? And so this way, they have to identify their cars, and if they're asked, they have to identify who they are. So let's talk about what we want out of you. To me, there's 4 really somewhat controversial things, and I want to get your feedback on that. One is we now have this class of special rules, and that makes me a little uncomfortable because we really want laws to apply equally, but here now some subset of the population will have different laws than the others. And do you feel comfortable with that? They're the ones that are creating the impact, but there does seem to be some inequity in having 2 sets of rules. There are ways to mitigate these impacts without having 2 sets of rules, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. Another thing I want to hear your thoughts about is private action. And the code enforcement people are stretched thin, but I'm also concerned that now if we're allowing neighbors to sue neighbors, that's really maybe not going to improve harmony in the neighborhood. It actually could degrade, and you could have the Hatfields and McCoys suing each other, and that's not good for the neighbors, not good for the neighborhood. So is that something that we want to go into? It's less work for us, but is it best for the community? The vacancy restrictions, are they a good idea? We've had complaints all across the city, just not in these certain areas, but in other neighborhoods too, where vacancies are eating away at the neighborhoods. And so if we do have any vacancy restrictions in these neighborhoods, do we want them to be citywide or just in aggregated properties? And finally, the construction intensity versus duration. complaints we get is that there'll be a swarm of trucks, and there's just this intense working happening on these properties, but also it stretches on forever. And do we address both those issues? If you reduce the intensity, you may stretch it out. And would you rather have a low intensity construction for 2 years, or would you rather have a high intensity for 6 months? And what's the pros and cons on that? And what are we more sympathetic to, the intensity or the duration? So I'm interested to hear what people think.
Is that the end of the presentation? All right. All right, thank you both. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, we do. We have 6 requests to speak.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Michael Kay.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Michael Kieschnick. I live at 1467 Hamilton, and I've lived there for over 30 years. I urge you to support this proposal. I think of it as a reasonable, modest, and carefully tailored solution. Now, you might be tempted to think that the sort of problems that our neighborhood has faced won't happen again. I'd like that to be the case, but I fear it's not. Extreme wealth is increasing, and it's not decreasing. But even more importantly, what has happened in our neighborhood has left a blueprint that is easy for anyone else to follow. If you would like to construct an unlimited compound and you wish to avoid the Architectural Review Board process, and let's recall that they voted 2-1 against the beginning of this compound, all you need to do is do 2 houses at a time. That can be an infinite series of 2 houses at a time. I'm surrounded myself by 3 houses owned by one family, 2 of which are reasonable to assume will be torn down and there'll be more construction. Copycat compounds are almost certainly going to happen. As an example of how this works in the community of people who think like this is the private school that operated on our street for several years without a permit. They operated by advertising publicly for new school teachers. They registered with the state. They did everything but ask the neighbors or apply for a permit with the city. After much pushing to the city, they have finally moved to an appropriate location, and they're now at a site of a former Montessori school. That's a great location for a private school. But I can tell you that there's another school that's a copycat school that's operating today on Forest, not that many blocks away. It was operated by leasing a house from some people who are on long-term leave in New Zealand. Long-time, high-ranking Meta employee pulled together his friends. And so we have another copycat school. Break things and ask for forgiveness later. The rules are set, people talk, it'll happen again. So I'd like to make just one modest suggestion. I understand the concern about code enforcement. I understand the city has limited resources, and one simple change to the permit process might help. Right now, you don't have to affirm when you make a permit application in writing under penalty that you're going to use it for residential purposes. I suggest that be added to the permit application, that you understand that it's not to be used for non-residential purposes. Further, if the use changes, then it could be reported by the applicant to the city in a public database. Thank you for your time. I urge a yes vote.
Our next speaker is Stu B.
Michael Kieschnick certainly was eloquent, and I'm here to take a slightly different approach to this. I'm responding to an article that Braden Cartwright put in the Post, I think last week or the week before. My wife and I live on Hamilton Avenue and have lived in this area on Hamilton for 43 years. Our immediate neighbors in front of us are members of the Zuckerberg family. They're a fine family and wonderful neighbors. Our street has never been so beautifully and tastefully maintained. We are glad to have 24-hour security provided by friendly, competent men and women who also keep an eye out for our wandering dog, Roscoe. We also enjoy hearing the chickens clucking next door. I'm not disputing the validity and complaints that Mr. Cartwright chronicles, but his references to housing disruption and noise date back to a construction period several years ago. When our older neighbors sold their houses, they were bound to be the subsequent sounds of construction and renovation. The upcoming proposals that Mr. Cartwright cites include the city's acquiring employee security tags, identification of properties being protected, and they also suggest potential causes for litigation as a way of encouraging litigation, all sounding like Big Brother measures to me, and measures that our society could do well without. Please consider this. If you were Mark Zuckerberg and had young children, as he does, who might be dangerously and profitably kidnapped, wouldn't you want them to receive the protection that they might need? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christine W.
I have lived at 1450 Hamilton Avenue for 50 years. Our home is right across the street from the illegal school that operated for several years. I would not wish what has happened to our neighborhood on any other neighborhood in Palo Alto. It's changed radically. I think Councilmember Stone's proposal is a good start, and I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John M.
Hello, Mayor, Council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. You know me more about quiet zones. I live in a neighborhood not near where this controversy was generated, but I have something to say. And in general, I'm supportive of the concept that's put forward here. The devil, of course, is in the details. And how can council be expected to enforce rules when somebody's not neighborly? You do it all the time already. There's rules about where you can build, how long you can build, when you can use, when you may not use gas-powered blowers, and so on and so forth. So it's already in your area of responsibility, despite the complications and the ticklish or delicate negotiations that might go on to bite the hands that feed our community. We have to have gratitude for the wealthiest among us and the captains of industry here, because they support a lot of industry, they pay a lot of taxes, but they're fickle. They may all move to Florida or Texas if they're not happy with us and take their tax dollars somewhere else. So in this regard about neighbors being neighborly, I would hope that the council can find the diplomacy necessary to create the dialogue that was created here with the the promoters of 3606 El Camino and how they worked with the city. We want to create whatever we do in this creation of different bylaws or new bylaws to deal with abuse, basically, a way to encourage neighborliness and gratitude. I would say it's not just about aggregation of properties is my concern, but with big corporations. Caltrain's across the street from me. We're going to have quite a bit of construction there when it comes to having grade separation. And if you think there's a problem on 1457 Hamilton, I think all the way along the city, there's going to be another issue around neighborliness of big corporations coming through the city and bullying their way through. So thank you so much for taking this on. It's a courageous move, I think, but also very difficult, and I don't envy you as you try and work out the details here in a way that's good for everybody and fair to everybody. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is David D.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is David Dorson. I have lived on the 1400 block of Hamilton Avenue for about 20 years, and I'm speaking tonight in support of Vice Mayor Stone's proposal. My main message to you tonight is pretty simple. The city of Palo Alto has serious gaps in its housing regulation that our billionaire neighbor has taken advantage of to fundamentally transform our neighborhood. I now live across the street from a large residential compound surrounded by high hedges and watched 24/7 by security personnel. And recently, our neighbor has purchased more adjacent properties that we fear will create an even larger compound. I believe that Palo Alto did not want this to happen. Michael mentioned it earlier, but back in 2016, our neighbor presented their plans to the Palo Alto Architectural Review Board to demolish and rebuild 4 adjacent properties on Hamilton Avenue and Edgewood Drive. Those plans were denied. But rather than living with that denial, they got around it by resubmitting their plans one property at a time to avoid future review by the Architectural Review Board, and they were able to move forward with their plans. That led to 8 years of continuous construction on the 1400 block of Hamilton Avenue and resulted in the large compound that I already described. So I think the problem is very clear. I think no action is clearly not, no action is not the solution that we need. Something needs to be done. So I hope that you all will approve Vice Mayor Stone's proposal to fill these serious gaps in our housing regulations and to put some real restrictions in place to slow the expansion or the creation of large residential compounds in other neighborhoods. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tom M.
Hello, I'd like to talk about this. I'd like to talk to go fuck off!
That concludes public comment on action item 10.
All right, thanks very much. I'm going to bring it back to the dais for comment, colleagues. Councilmember Liu.
I have a handful of questions which I would like to address to my colleagues. So first of all, do we have a sense of how many compounds there are and how they might be distributed through Palo Alto? I know it's hard to articulate right now with the obscurity of the data, but are we talking about 5 or are we talking about sort of 50? Like, what's the order of magnitude?
I think that if I mean, I don't care whether they go to staff, why don't you do this? If there's something you want to answer, let us know. Otherwise, my colleagues answer. Does that work for? Okay, all right. So I'm not seeing them wanting to answer, so go ahead.
Well, then staff may be able to kind of confirm. We tried to seek that information, and apparently the records of that, I don't know if it exists, very challenging to be able to find. It's mostly anecdotal from what we've heard, but there are several from what I've heard of various residents who have reached out both before and after that these are occurring, but I don't think actual data has been kept at the city level about what type of, especially since these compounds are not going to have real loopholes since we already prohibit official compounds or limit them. So I think that's part of the problem is since they're a bit of a loophole, it's not something that the city really tracks.
Okay.
I'd agree with that.
Okay. Safe to say, though, it's not in the hundreds. If it's in the tens, it's probably in the low tens. If it's in the single digits, it's probably in the high single digits. But I mean, we don't know. But maybe that's where I'm starting from. So I understand there are some complaints about the Chan-Zuckerberg compound. Were there a lot of complaints about other compounds that were specifically driving this proposal? Or complaints about other compounds in general?
Others did after, I'd say, learned of additional complaints and received additional feedback from neighbors kind of alleging other compounds elsewhere in Palo Alto, if that's your question. So I guess the answer is yes.
Okay. I know we're responding to really valid concerns that I understand have been reported on, but I'm not sure if we've had significant complaints about other compounds. So if we're making a pattern in the form of an ordinance, I would want to also catch issues from other compounds, but also know if there maybe aren't other issues, or at least not significant issues from other compounds.
Yeah, and again, part of it, I think the challenge is staff not having the information about kind of where those exist. So residents adjacent to other compounds around the city reached out and provided feedback and I'd say general support on this. But since we don't actually have the data where they are, that's been a challenge.
Okay. I am a little bit concerned about some potential spillover impacts to compounds that we might not really think of as compounds. I think a few categories of examples there are sort of rental housing projects, like the dead houses are owned by one community member who rent each room out at extremely affordable rates to mainly Stanford grad students and recent grads. Churches are in R1 neighborhoods and sometimes own multiple parcels, so they would be considered, I think, a compound under this definition. The school district, Stanford, I know there's another landlord in the NVCAP area that gave public comment a few times about owning like 4+ homes that his family has rented out for a while. So like, have we thought about these kind of edge cases, and like, how can we make a distinction between the compounds that are causing problems and other sort of maybe more reasonable uses?
Well, I think drafted in this, that this moves forward, some of the exceptions that you just outlined would be appropriate, churches, et cetera. I think one to keep in mind that this is triggered after the third home is purchased within a 500-foot radius, which is about the length of a single city block. So this does not prohibit anyone from then, if you have two within 500 feet, purchasing an additional one just outside of that radius. I don't know if Councilman Rectal has additional thoughts on that.
I mean, one of the big concerns we had is sometimes people want to buy a house next door for their mother-in-law or something like that. And this would not affect that. We require 3 for that very reason.
Okay. And sorry if I can just add on to that. And also I think part of the wisdom in the right of private action is, I think for a lot of those type of cases, unless they're being a bad actor, I would not imagine neighbors would pursue that lawsuit.
Yeah. Yes. The thing that I'm at time, so I'll wrap my thoughts here, but I think I'm just a little bit unsure, and I think we'd have to make sure in any drafting process that if someone owns 2 homes next to each other and SB 9s one of them and splits them and rents it out, then you have 3 parcels, or churches and schools are technically occupy ordinary R1 parcels. And I'm sure as we discuss, we can find some solutions to these kinds of problems. I'll come back.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Burt.
So first, I want to recognize that there have been issues with these compounds throughout the city over really 15, 20 years that I'm aware of. I can think of maybe 6 different compounds, although the one on Hamilton is the largest, and from everything I understand, really is the one that was the most problematic on impacts on neighbors. But I want to start by talking about how this relates to issues of the huge problem we have in our region of income inequality, which is something I've been devoted to addressing for 25 years and continue to work on it even at the regional level through MTC. I don't see how this has anything to do with income inequality. We're talking about a neighborhood that has been impacted in their quality of life, but these neighborhood homes on Hamilton are $5 to $10 million homes. And the notion that this is somehow an issue of income inequality, I think is just disingenuous. And we should dismiss that and focus on other zoning and quality of life related issues that have been brought forward. So it does go to one of the things that Councilmember Liu was just addressing is what it doesn't capture. For instance, we have in College Terrace, Stanford owning far more homes, but they're scattered throughout College Terrace and they'd be exempt from these regulations, even though we have had a lot of problems expressed by College Terrace residents. Much more importantly, we have on this vacant home issue and how it actually is affecting housing stock, we have a huge issue in our community on ghost homes. We don't even know the percentage, but in some neighborhoods, it's shockingly high. I've been in neighborhoods where it was at least a third of the homes. And we're not addressing that here. And that's, if we're really talking about housing supply and how vacant homes are affecting it, that's the more important issue in that regard. As the staff comments to this, and that it's a very long and extensive colleagues memo, we heard earlier from the city manager on if we had, looking at our agenda for this coming year, and we've heard the same thing on the work plan of staff, that if we add things, we have to remove things. We are at full capacity. And I don't see how this ranks as having the priority that we need to put on things. I mean, we've got right now that not only ghost house issues, we have SB 79 impacts throughout massive amounts of our neighborhoods. I mean, if people are talking about a compound next door, just envision R1 neighborhoods with 6 or 7 story development curb to curb next door. There's no comparison in terms of the potential impacts. We also received a legal letter in our packets, it's public record, that raised a whole bunch of issues about the legality of what's being proposed here. We can't resolve those tonight, and we don't know the answers in many circumstances because it's not clearly defined case law and how that would be interpreted. We don't know, but it could be legally contentious and expensive to the city as well. So I think I would certainly want us to look at any things that we think are really more broadly important in our neighborhoods of addressing these issues, to refer them to be included in the next update of our zoning code. And I see Director Late's here, and I wonder if I could ask, I don't recall, it's about an every 2-year process, and we're I don't know when we'd get our next group, but of updates, but my inclination would be anything that we think really merits more of a citywide focus, to refer it and to just fold it into the next zoning code updates. So those are my initial thoughts.
Thank you. I'm going to jump in here. So first of all, I just want to thank you, colleagues, because you're taking the time to, you heard some concerns from residents, you took your time to think hard about it, and obviously it's a thoughtful memo with a lot of different parts to it. It's not just a conceptual thing, so I really appreciated the thoughtfulness with which you put it together and presented it here tonight. And I guess I want to start off by echoing our public commenter that talked about fostering good neighbors. I think that we do want to keep that in mind. It was kind of remarkable that somebody with a builder's remedy earlier, which generally is, persona non grata, was, came out with a unanimous vote of council after thanking them for how they worked with staff. So I do think you're onto something that we should try to do, things that make neighborhoods what they are, which is good relationships. Also, Councilmember Rectal, I appreciated your question about two sets of rules and how do we feel like about that. And I guess that whenever possible, I'd sure like to avoid them. And I think the question is, when is that possible? I want to lift up a couple of situations that are brought up by this memo where I think perhaps we could make rules more broadly, because you've identified some issues that I think are applicable more broadly. So one is when there's multiple bits of construction going on simultaneously within a small area. That happens in these compounds, but it also happened on my street. And I was really concerned a few years ago. I live half a block away from what had been a private middle school. It's now an elementary school, but also a very large public middle school. And so there's just lots of kids that come down our street to go to and from school, because not many cars do, because it sort of tees out at each end. And right next to us, the house was under construction, and right across the street from it, the house was under construction. So the kids had no side to go down or no sidewalk to walk on when they were walking. And I kept thinking, wouldn't it be nice if they could, stagger when the trucks come and go from the driveways, which typically was when the kids were going to school in the morning, because that was when they'd first arrive with their load of supplies. And it really troubled me. And so what I'm wondering is, for something like that, if we could just look, and maybe there are things that I'm just not aware of in the city about proximate construction, because I think there are some real safety risks when that's happening. So I'm just wondering if that could be more broadly applicable. So have you given any thought to that type of a situation?
Yeah, we had that conversation because of that same concern. I think kind of where we ended up was, in our proposal, it is a single purchaser kind of choosing to purchase these homes with then oftentimes tearing them down and reconstructing, and they are the ones in control of this kind of constant construction. And if we were to pass something like that's being proposed tonight, that puts them on notice that, well, I have a time limit of how much I'm able to construct. Our hesitation with what you proposed was the kind of the fairness of families buying homes on a block with no understanding or knowledge of what's already being constructed, and having to make somebody to kind of delay that construction project. So that was our discussion. I don't know if Councilmember Rectal had other thoughts on that.
Yeah, I guess the other side of it is that in the neighborhoods that aren't as fancy as the ones that tend to have compounds, we got kids going up and down those blocks going to school, perhaps more per block. If we could find something that helped all of them, that would feel more equitable to me. So that's one. The other that's kind of the other way around is with respect to these privacy firms. It's interesting because I have a friend who lives near a family that has the constant, van outside because of prominence and wealth, who actually kind of likes it, kind of like one of our public commenters mentioned, because they feel safer, but doesn't want it marked because they feel like that sort of makes their neighborhood feel more strange or, in need of security, whereas, they like it to not be as apparent as to what's going on. They know because they live there, and, called something that made them do this just mean. Now, I don't know that I think it's mean, but I can see that there's kind of two ways to look at this. And I guess that, so that's something I would want to mention. Go ahead, do you want to address that?
Yeah, I think what we're thinking of is not that it would be like a marked security vehicle, but more like a hang tag that would be in the rear view mirror, just for those who might be a little uneasy that, what is this sedan on the street with this person constantly with the motor running, staring at me, for them to be able to see, oh, okay, there is a Palo Alto hang tag that might indicate.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I thought it was both things. I did read about the hang tag, which I don't object to. And speaking of idling, the no idling part is good, but we have that law. And the non-residential use, is also not legal. So I think there you get back to your question of enforcement, and just quickly, I'm intrigued by your private right of action. I think that's interesting. I do think that we would have to have all kinds of notice provisions and such, and I'm concerned about what if the demolition is started? What does one do? I don't think you're going to leave someone with a half, destroyed house. So do they then pay damages to the neighbor? It's interesting because I think that's an interesting way to tackle the enforcement piece, but I think we'd have to look pretty carefully into that, sort of like the private attorney general type situation. Anyway, my time is past, so I will stop and go back to Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I want to thank our colleagues for putting in a lot of work on this and a lot of thought. I appreciate the concern that some individuals seem to be finding loopholes and exploiting them to their advantage to the detriment of neighborhood quality, as Councilmember Reckdahl put it. I might use the word vitality, which is what I think we lose most when the number of people shrinks and the amount of square footage per person grows. Councilmember Liu asked, how many are there? And I will say anecdotally over the years, with my peers, I've heard people brag about buying adjacent lots, tearing down housing, including small multifamily housing units, and building something just for their family. These are not the billionaire class. These are the maybe tens of millionaire class of folks who can afford to buy 2 or 3 lots in Palo Alto. I know we're in favor of grandparents moving in next door or down the street, but what if both sets of in-laws want to move here and the family can afford that? That gets you to 3. And so I'm concerned about, how to make room for, all the ways which people want to live and really get after the people that are actually kind of exploiting a situation. So I'm curious about that analysis and how where we'd ultimately settle. Interested in more conversation. I agree with Councilmember Burt. I'm less concerned about the notion that this has a lot of impact on the neighbors on this street. Why is the 1400 block of Hamilton any more or less important than the neighbors who are adjacent to the Caltrain tracks, who are going to be facing grade separation, we think, one day, or those neighbors who live near the big multifamily projects we think are going in on El Camino or San Antonio? So for me, I'm more interested in the concern that we're converting homes to non-residential use. The conversions of residential to non-residential, the extensive vacancy or ghosting that we're seeing, as Councilmember Burt said, 1/3 of an entire street, And the reduction in the number of residential units on a lot, say by converting a small, two-story multifamily to a single-family home. So I'm interested in how the authors intended to restrict the vacancies beyond 6 months. I noted that in the memo, and I would just, is that also only something we can deal with through private right of action? Can the utilities department help us out by sharing that there ain't been no water or electricity or gas used in this place? Is there a way to sort of, for the city to know through the data we already have that a house is essentially a ghost house, even with someone come in and turn the lights on once a day? Are those people gonna then game whatever we come up with? But I just wonder if, because I do worry about the private right of action. I appreciate staff don't have time to enforce, but yet we're asking then regular citizens to have the money and gumption to go up against the billionaires who have all the money in the world to kind of, shut down the litigation. And so practically, what does it mean that there'll be a private right of action? Like, who's going to take that on? And then the last thing I wanted to say is my concern about the penalties for construction delays. I know that homeowners and contractors have some control over the duration of a project, but, not complete owing to the economy and the supply chain and, other issues. So that piece concerned me a little bit. But if we could go to this question of, oh my God, am I already at 6 minutes? Well, I'm not sure if it reset. Oh, it might not have reset. Okay. Oh, she did reset it. Okay, my hand's like, Julie's long-winded, that's fine. So my question for whether it's now or in the next round is really to this issue of how do we go after the ghost homes? Because the use of these homes as non-homes is what most offends me. It is eroding the vitality of our communities. People are not shopping, they're not sending children to schools. Like, these homes are not meant to be just investments that you can kind of do what you want with and sell one day. You're supposed to live here.
Councilmember Lowing.
Thank you. First of all, I actually agree with every point that Councilmember Burton made. And let me just go then to the question that was put to us by Councilmember Rekdal. In terms of separate rules for separate groups, I think that's exactly what's being proposed here, and it causes me real concern. The only thing that I might say is maybe not quite the same is if you did this by acreage. If you're doing construction on a, 2 acre as opposed to, maybe there's a way to say, well, that's different because it's going to take that much longer, which could be that much more noise. So I could maybe get to there. I think this concept of private action is not interesting to me because, first of all, the number of these is, as Councilmember Liu teased out, is very low. And so for us to be doing the enforcement there, even if it's called to our attention by the citizen, that seems like it's in our bailiwick. And I don't think we should be promoting disruption of neighborhoods by having to encourage lawsuits. So I think that's absolutely the wrong way to go. The vacancy restrictions for a partial year, not only do I not see that as being sort of enforceable, but that's really getting into the core of property rights. And if people have another house somewhere else, then why would we dictate that? If we're talking about ghost houses, that would be a different thing, which I think what Councilmember Lithcott-Haim is talking about, because that is keeping houses off the market. And then in the issue of construction forever, that's where I shift to what I heard our mayor say, which is I think that some of these construction regulations probably do have some loopholes, and we could change them for everyone to make the equality issue go away and improve the life in every neighborhood. And then back on the enforcement, I think it does fall into our bailiwick. I don't think there are very many of these, but there are some. And to the point also that Councilmember Burton emphasized, that staff's coming back pretty strong on this with documentation that they just can't handle it, definitely without changing out something else. And where is this in our 2026 priorities? Where would we want to give this up at this scale? So my comment is I'd like to see this scaled back a little bit in the short term for sort of a phase one, focusing on some of these issues that are construction oriented, length of time, things like that. I have a particular comments on the security. I think that if you ask the security person, they would say they can provide better security without putting signs on their car that say, here we are, we're the security guy. And some people have expressed the fact that you can't go up to them or you feel intimidated. I happen to have an example of, I suspect that that's what that person was sitting there idling his car and walked up to him and asked. He said, yeah. I said, okay, I live over here and this guy's not here anymore, and kind of got him used to the neighborhood. And made a note that I have to call the chief and say, go look at that car every day. They're sitting there with their motor running, which is a law. So that's not something we have to change, and it's relatively easy to enforce. Although I remember the night that the maker made that, said this may not be enforced, but I think the point is we can't be, dealing with our energy that way. And the conditional use permit, that's a law. That law was violated. I would have hoped that with input from citizens, which I heard happened, that we would have taken action on that and done more investigation. I don't know if we did or not. So I'm not pointing any fingers here. And then also this housing torn down issue, our new zoning code says you have to replace it with another home. It doesn't mean you have to rent it out or sell it to somebody, but it has to be a residence. So that's a way to control it. If that's not quite tight enough, then we should make those kinds of changes, because I do think that you're pointing out some gaps in housing regulations. And I don't think our town was ever meant to be Atherton with 5-acre lots. So, I think that, the background for why we would be taking a look at this, makes some sense, but I just think it's kind of biting off too much, particularly in a year when we're slammed and, extending issues from one council meeting to the next because we just can't get to them. So that's, my time's up.
Thank you. Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. I'm really glad this conversation's been kicked off. I'm really aligned with Councilmember Lithcott-Hames's comments, and I also appreciate the caution from Councilmember Burt and Lowing. I have some concerns and cautions of my own about how, whether there's really a workable way to restrict unintended spillover impacts on some of those examples I listed. But going through my other comments, I do strongly support the idea of investigating what we can do against ghost homes and ghost home vacancies. I think that's a good way to expand this and productively move forward in a way that addresses the issue without creating separate rules. I support the idea for private security in Palo Alto and appreciate that those private security rules would be applied to all private security, not just those associated with compounds. That is appreciated. Seconding some other comments, I have a strong aversion to the idea of a private right of action. I think some of the construction penalties may be too draconian here. I think we want penalties that guide good behavior, but don't necessarily make certain kinds of construction impossible or prohibitive. I think, agreeing with Councilmember Lowing, there's a way to make this apply to everyone. And also maybe some more targeted ways that do apply to compounds, but that close loopholes, like requiring ARB reviews for projects of certain contiguous lots, so that loophole can't be used. I think stronger penalties, codifying potentially stronger monetary fines for violating needed CUPs or something like that could also be a way to get to the similar outcomes and send a message without creating totally separate rules. So yeah, to sum up, would love the idea that we move ahead with some sort of investigation or scoping of where we can go with ghost homes. Support the idea generally of thinking about construction rules and some subtle but clear labeling for private security. And that's where I think I would be comfortable with going right now.
Councilmember Burt.
So I concur with a lot of what Councilmember Liu just said. As I looked through a number of the issues that were identified, and the real issues, sidewalk blocking, bike lane blocking, existence of private business in terms of a school, the idling, driveway blocking, daylight zones. Those are all real issues, and I believe all that are violations of current code. And so what we really have is most of the things that were identified, not all of them, are covered by current code. And we have a problem on having the capacity to have proactive code enforcement. And then what we really rely on in most circumstances is complaint-based. And from what we saw in the press on that the private school was raised as a concern by the neighbors for an extended period of time. Apparently, if what we read was correct, our code enforcement did a drive-by or whatever and didn't see a problem and blew it off, even though the neighbors were pretty clear on what they knew to be going on. So I think that's something that we need to take back and reflect on the code enforcement. When it got elevated to the director of planning, he dove in and said, this is a violation. And once they received notice, they ceased the violation. So I think we want to put everything that is an issue of code enforcement. We have a lot of things in the community that we wish we were able to have stronger code enforcement on. And this is one of them. I don't want to dismiss this, but it's not singular in how it stands out. So then what are the things that we may want to refer in the zoning code update when it gets back to the council, and it's not going to be overnight? I think the ghost homes, have them look at what other ways to reduce the impacts of construction citywide. And I do like this minor recommendation from a member of the public that that upon permits, we have a real delineation that is signed off one after another by the applicant of not just the issue of private business in the neighborhood, but a whole series of the routine requirements, the ones that we actually see often get overlooked or ignored. And I think that we can increase penalties for clear violations. And we do get a lot of self-enforcement. We wish it were higher, but if we see that we need to have certain things on the books, even if we expect that the enforcement will still be complaint-based and not be able to be aggressive, we will get good compliance. That's why we have speed zones. We don't get 100% compliance, but we get good compliance. And a lot of people are dissatisfied with kind of that imperfection, but I think it's part of what is the reality of what we can have, and it actually works fairly well. So those are my thoughts on what we could do that would move the ball forward, but look at this more equitably across the community and proportionate to the problem, and in ways that will not disrupt our work plan for something that is out of proportion. So that's where I hope we'll end up going.
Thank you. I just want to comment that since I was at time last time, I didn't comment, but I was struck by what Councilmember Lithcott-Hames said, because it was when you first started, you described neighborhood vibrancy and vitality, and that was what I didn't have those words in my notes, but what I had in my notes that troubles me about vacant homes is that it's sort of an opportunity cost for people participating in neighborhoods and participating in a community. And if you have people living there, they're taking care of the property, they're keeping an eye on their neighbors, they're maybe sending kids to school, they may be working in our communities, volunteering in the neighbor and community-based organizations, and doing all kinds of wonderful things that just don't happen when they're unoccupied. And I think there's sort of a general sense of it's offensive to leave them empty when we have such a shortage. So it just sort of, I think, troubles us in some sort of instinctive sense. That said, the misuse that's also everyone has been objecting to with other uses is problematic as well. So I think we're on to something here, but I think the ghost homes we've talked about for years. I know when we first ran 4 years ago, we were talking about it a lot, and we haven't really figured out what to do about it, but I'm hearing sort of an interest from folks in getting more serious about that. So I think that, again, as Councilmember Burt suggested, that's something we can look at in the next, whatever the normal cycle is for that, because it is real, it is troubling, and I think this lifts it back up to our attention, for which I thank our colleagues. I think that the privacy issue is a little separate, and I think that could be dealt with fairly simply. I'm intrigued by the licensing. That's not a simple or non-resource-based thing to start up either, but I'm curious what has been done in other cities. I know that the city attorney's office has looked a little bit at that. They would have to spend their resources looking further at that to see what has been done and what we think might fit here, just for some sort of permitting thing. But I think keeping it at the low-key level in communities is the way to go. And I'm thinking here that I also want to sort of separate it out from the compound issue, because there are some families, and there's one in a neighborhood where there are other compounds, but this is not a compound, but there are the security vans out front. So I think that they're not necessarily always linked. So that's something else we can look at. And like I said, some people have had negative interactions with them, others are delighted they're there. So I think we just need to have some sort of sense of expectations for them. And I don't know exactly how that gets wrapped into work plans going forward, but I would be happy to see that. So I think, those two things are kind of the top two for me. So Vice Mayor Stone, let's take it back to you and see what you might.
No, thank you. It's been a helpful discussion and healthy debate. I think a lot of this is severable, but I guess the intent of Councilmember Rectal and I bringing it all together was it made sense to have all these conversations at the same time, in particular since private security, the issues around private security, more acute around these high asset individuals and being felt more acutely in those neighborhoods. I think we're both fine, because with removing the private right of action path and moving forward with what many of you are describing as simply code enforcement. Our concern was an already strained code enforcement team and what additional burden that would put on the city. But originally it was written as a code enforcement issue, and so this was something that we kind of did thinking that this would be of greater interest, especially given the resource constraints. To kind of, I guess, back to the idea of this, the aggregation, oversight, overlay, and the thinking behind it is, yes, these issues are being felt across the community, but when you have the the sort of never-ending type of construction impacts that we are seeing in particular neighborhoods as a result of the result of these kind of unofficial compounds. Those impacts are being felt truly on an every single day scale, and that's not to diminish other construction impacts across the city, but this was one that we felt like we could actually design a policy around really being able to address and be able to bring some peace back to these neighborhoods while ultimately preserving the vitality of the neighborhoods as Councilmember Lifcott-Hames described. So it's definitely not a perfect policy proposal or a panacea in any way, but that is the thinking behind kind of treating this differently. I don't see it as creating kind of a separate set of rules or treating people differently. I think it's simply if you choose to build in a very kind of confined area that's going to have these spillover impacts on your neighbors, I think it's fair for us to be able to regulate that. And I think ultimately regulation is necessary because although yes, we could pursue additional fines, when you have unlimited resources, doesn't matter the number of fines that we assess, they're going to pay it. So I'm happy moving forward in this direction. The other thing, I guess, just I know there was a bit of a concern raised. I think Councilmember Lifcott-Hames, you brought it up first, which I think is a very good one, about us not wanting to encourage neighbors kind of suing neighbors, and what about those situations where someone is just buying up property? To keep in mind that these proposals does not limit at all a person's ability to be able to purchase homes, more than 3 homes within that 500-foot radius. It does then, I think, set reasonable restrictions and regulations about then the intensity of destroying those homes and rebuilding them. So I think that what you pointed out, I'm sure a lot of people are buying up homes for their families and maintaining those homes, totally okay under this. And ultimately, the idea behind, I guess, the private right of action, there's discretion if you pursue it. But again, if we move forward now with this approach, I think the city would maintain that same level of discretion. And no, we're not going to want to penalize churches or families, especially when they're keeping the homes for family purposes. So just a little bit of feedback on this very good debate we're having.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Lifcott-Hames.
Well, I had a question embedded in my 5 minutes or 5.5 or however long I went, which was about how do you discern that something actually is a ghost home? And is there anything the city can do with its data to really sort of confirm or, a hunch? What'd you say?
I guess we might ask staff that? Or go ahead.
I just took an observation on that is that I mean, one significant difference between the cities that have implemented some kind of vacancy tax in the city of Palo Alto is the 3 that I'm aware of are all rent control jurisdictions. And so they have a significant, at least for properties that are on the rental market, they have, a ready database of information that the city of Palo Alto would not have, at least initially. Mindful that, two of those ordinances remain in effect. One is not being enforced pending the outcome of litigation, but that is one significant difference. I wouldn't pretend to be an expert on how those vacancy ordinances are implemented in those cities, but I think that would be those are the kind of issues that we would have to think through if council wanted to move in that direction.
Anything further from anyone on that? No. So I might just ask staff, do you want any more definition from us? Or, I know this isn't an action item, but that you brought, but what would you, in terms of resolution, you've heard a lot of suggestions.
A lot of suggestions, and,
Exactly.
quite frankly, doesn't give us any direction. And so ultimately, I think it's a choice for the council whether there's a specific motion that becomes a referral, or if this is something that has, based on the discussion, you want to refer back to the originators to refine their proposal.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead, Vice Mayor Stone, and then it looks like Councilmember Burt may have something to say.
Just following up, and maybe maybe a solution here could be the formation of an ad hoc, could be Councilmember Rectal and I. If another council member wanted to join, fine. If not, okay. To be able to just refine the proposal based on what we've heard and maybe bring it back to policy and services for further refinement, back to the council to see if we're on the right track. Given that we've heard quite a diversity of opinions on this topic.
Do we need an ad hoc for that, or can you just?
Right, I don't think you do. I mean, obviously, the two colleagues have worked together to get it to this point, so to then enable them to bring it directly to a committee wouldn't take an ad hoc.
Yeah, I'm wondering, oftentimes we have discussions like this and sort of staff takes things back for theirs when it's something they've brought. I'm wondering if you've heard enough to move to the next step to refine the proposal, as you mentioned, colleagues, if that would be something you would be interested in doing.
I'd be interested in spending time, but only if I thought the council thought it was worth our time. I don't hear a lot of support to continue refining this. Is it, do we take a straw poll and say, is this something you want us to pursue, or is this something that, because if we spend a bunch of time and come back and people say, well, this is a low priority for us, we really don't want to spend staff time or council time addressing this, then we've just wasted a bunch of time.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go to Councilmember Burt.
Well, we actually have a proposal before us, like we do in colleagues' memos, and we can accept it, reject it, or take some portion of it and do a referral. And I would be game to do a referral as part of the update to the next zoning code update primarily. And if I can ask Director Late to clarify through the chair, what's the approximate time frame? I know it's not months away, or at least that's my recollection.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. So there's different updates that we make. There's a comprehensive update that we are long past due for, and that's still many years away. Then there are strategic updates that we make, but those are usually based on council direction on specific items. We had experimented at one point with, annual code updates. I think we did one of those, and it did not continue because of resources and other priorities. So to answer your question, there is nothing scheduled to come back to the council to update the zoning code unless it is a specific task that the council has identified on our work plan.
So if we wanted to refer to staff, Director Late, I got follow-up for you, don't run away. If we were to refer to staff issues such as alternatives on regulating ghost homes, tightening construction impacts on neighbors and neighborhoods, and then maybe even a minor thing of an update on permit application to make sure that people who are doing projects are fully aware of all the requirements. How would you prioritize that? Would that be folded into anything else, or would that be a standalone referral?
Thank you. So this is a conversation that we've had recently as we went through the objectives discussion, and ghost homes specifically has been expressed as an area of interest by council members. As it ultimately got adopted, it was on the below the line list, so not group one, not group two, but unresourced and not moving forward. So if the council were interested in wanting to do, I would say 2 of the 3 items that you've identified, the application piece is something we could just do on our own without, that's fine. But the ghost homes or looking at construction impacts, those are discrete efforts, and we would have to identify probably what comes off that list. Or at a minimum, and I would invite the city manager to engage on this too, we could potentially add it as a group 2 item with the expectation and understanding that we may actually not get to it.
Oh, and that was my understanding. I thought the group 2s were not committed to be done this calendar year. But if we referred it, and the implication or the hope was that it would be taken up in the following calendar year, that might be acceptable.
Yeah, it could certainly, as we present next year's work plan objectives, we could have this one be on the list for the council's consideration, along with all the other priorities that we would be advancing, recommending.
And in the meantime, the issues around some of the code violations that we've heard and I've witnessed exist with some of these compound constructions. Recognizing that our code enforcement staff cannot be proactive, but do you think that there is an opportunity to be stronger in training our staff on how to respond to complaints? Some of which, even like the school that you were cited on, that yeah, it was a violation and somehow it got blown off for quite a while.
Yeah, I think and I've been working with the city manager on this as well, the code enforcement program is, so yeah, yes is the answer to your question. There certainly could be training on how to approach certain circumstances. And we are actually rebooting the code enforcement program internally to address the complaints that we've heard. Some of you have forwarded emails so that we're more responsive. The challenge, though, remains. The volume of the work far outstrips the resources that are committed to this program. And so we simply cannot respond to every complaint that comes in.
Well, and if we take a two-pronged approach, that we have better education by the applicants. And, I have to think that a lot of applicants in general, regular citizens, most folks don't want to be have a public outcry that they're law violators. And some of these very affluent applicants, this is not good PR for them. So I think if the awareness is elevated, then that diminishes how much will be from code enforcement. And the remainder, we can train better and prioritize. And I think we can make progress there. It's not going to make everyone happy, but the situation that we have had has had elements that are really inappropriate and should have had stronger responses in the past, and I support that being stronger. So, okay, thank you. And so I'd be game to make a motion either now or when it's appropriate.
Now it's fine with me.
Okay, I will move that we refer to staff a review of and recommendations to the council to address home vacancies, i.e. ghost homes, impacts on neighbors and neighborhoods from construction, and increase education of applicants on their obligations, with an understanding that these would be not taken up in calendar year 2026 and would come for review on work plan priority for 2027. That not being determined exactly, be up to the council to prioritize it. And I think, and I guess I'll add one other thing, which is review the legality of requiring hang tags for security vehicles, with a recognition that security services are regulated by the state and they may or may not allow us to have our own requirements. Hey, did you catch the difference between when I was commenting on the motion and the motion itself? Yes, we'll see. Thank you.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll just add one other general comment. A lot of this has come to the head because we've had these compounds, and in most circumstances by highly affluent residents who, as others have noted, came to our community because they valued the sense of community, and yet the very many parts of that same sense they then ended up really not respecting. At the same time, it strikes me that kind of similarly, we've had a great history in this community of many of our most valued assets in our community and are our groups of volunteer groups that serve us so well, community facilities that have been donated by, from Lucy Stern to Elizabeth Gamble to the Pearies and even the Stanfords. And yet we've had ultra affluent in our community that have historically contributed less to our local nonprofits than many of us in the community. And it's really striking. And I would encourage them to reflect on being part of the community and stepping up and really addressing real needs in the community and ways that they can make positive contributions. So that's how I filled the time. If Mehe is almost ready.
I was liking that. I was letting you go. Well, she was typing away over there. We're going to let George fill some time now. Speak to your second.
I think that this motion is the most reasonable way to move forward. I wish we could move faster on ghost homes and construction impacts, but I think capturing these wins for all of Palo Alto will, to the point made by several of us, help address vitality, improve quality of life, and I think this is potentially not what my colleagues envisioned, but still a win that I want to commit to for 2027.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Question from staff. How do you interpret impacts on neighbors and neighbors from construction if the kind of recommendations from the memo are not being incorporated, no specificity has been provided in the motion on that? I'm really curious how you take that and run with it.
Well, again, I think as reflected in the motion, this is something we would need to come back to council on as work begins. I would take it broadly and much more broadly than was reflected in the initial proposal.
And when the maker is, I don't know, he's busy now, but I'm trying to, let me see what it ends up with. And Councilmember Burt, I just want to clarify, because I think one of the other things that bugs all of us is just when you have the schools and such, and are you just, I think your colloquy with Director Late was that we'll rely sort of on additional training that doesn't need to be part of this motion? Is that the idea? Because I think that's important to all of us, but.
Yeah, we could include that. Director Late acknowledged that. So why don't we go ahead and do it? I think it'll make everybody feel better. So we would add another letter, which is Director Late, do you want to offer what you would be comfortable in language on the kind of the focus on training? You're going to own it.
I don't have an answer. But I'll say this, and again, we're making a lot of changes in the code enforcement program. We're looking at our procedures, we're looking at how we engage with constituents, setting timelines for responses. There's a whole host of work that we're doing.
Maybe I can capture that? Let me try.
Well,
go ahead.
I guess what I would say is, I don't feel like we need a motion for that because we are actively steeped in this issue right now. And the city manager has heard from the council about its interest on code enforcement. I'm actively engaged in that process. I don't think we need to call out a single item because we're approaching this from a multi-pronged effort.
And I trust that. I think there may be a value to the public who really doesn't understand it, and that if it was an outcome of this, to reiterate, not to really just codify what you've already said, as opposed to really changing that. I'm glad to hear that that's on, so it could be something to the effect of for the planning department to update training and policies on code enforcement.
Perfect.
See, it wasn't so hard. All right.
Thank you,
And
Director.
if the seconder.
Seconder, are you good with that?
Yes.
Okay. And Vice Mayor Stone?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, ultimately, I just kind of see this motion as window dressing and not addressing any of the real needs identified in the memo. Definitely pursuing home vacancies and ghost homes is something that I think we've all expressed interest in and want to see that moving forward, and understanding that is kind of moving forward, just not at the pace that any of us want it. So I guess this accelerates that. I don't know, but I'll offer a substitute motion to refer this back to the makers of the motion to revise and bring back by the end of the year. And I'll just add, for Councilmember Rectal's sake, because I agree. I think this is the chance to be able to see, do we have 4 votes who are interested in continuing to pursue these policies, but to refine based on the feedback that we've received. So I think if we get the 4 votes to be able to accept the substitute motion, we'll have our answer that they're serious enough for us to take another look at it.
Do you want a substitute motion or just an additional motion?
Substitute.
Because, I mean, even if this was referred back to us, I think, okay.
Yeah, do we have a second for the substitute is the question on the table.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, so I would suggest to the clerk that you maintain this language in case we need it back, but we now need to have any discussion on the substitute motion. Maybe we can do that while she's capturing it, because I think we all heard it fine. Anybody have anything else? Councilmember Liu.
I mean,
I'm sorry. Councilmember Lowing's light has been on for some time, and I have not called on you, and I apologize.
Yeah, but we're under the substitute now.
I'm sorry.
So I'll hold
You want
it.
to hold on to that? Okay, please remind me. Councilmember Liu has something on the substitute. What? Oh, he didn't, he said it didn't, and so he wants to hold. Councilmember Liu.
I mean, I think I tried to be somewhat clear on what I would support, and I would support a lot of what was discussed, but not necessarily with the private right of action or broadened so that there could be less unintentional spillover. So when you say you will consider bringing basically back the colleagues memo, what feedback would you be incorporating or not incorporating when you try to get to 4 votes? I'm not sure how to vote on the substitute.
Well, whatever you need to get the vote. Just kidding. I think we already agreed and discussed removing the private right of action, returning it to city enforcement through code enforcement, understanding unintended consequences that have been expressed, and seeing how can we just further the policy to make sure that it's as tailored in a way to be able to address the real kind of concerns that we're seeing of property aggregation across the community without unfairly or unintended or having an unintended kind of consequence of preventing kind of some of the scenarios that were brought up tonight, some of the hypotheticals, as far as what you mentioned about churches, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, about families, et cetera. Kieran's up, yeah, I'm trying to, I mean, definitely would look back on this meeting, dive into kind of comments that we heard, especially, I think we all did a very good job at kind of pointing out, oh, I agree with what Councilmember Liu said, what the mayor said, et cetera. So I think that would be very helpful in being able to refine this.
I know Councilmember Byrd has something as well, but go ahead.
To me, I don't want to spend time on this unless people are really serious of saying we want to have some limitations on property aggregation. And if we don't think that that's something that you want down the road, vote no. But if you think that, yes, maybe if you worked it around, I could be open to it, then we'll see. But I would, this is really a poll to see how much support we're going to have down the road if we come back with something.
I guess for me, I would like to see how much we can address the impacts of property aggregation on a broader, in a broader way throughout the city, that also, so that is a subset of what we're addressing. And that's what I saw the original motion is trying to do. So it's not that we want to ignore the real impacts of property aggregation, it's just we want to address those impacts when they pop up in others. I understand they are somewhat unique, but they're not entirely unique. And I think that some of the cures that we're looking at could actually have broader applicability and benefit to our residents, because we don't know how many compounds we have, but it is a relatively small number when you think of all the housing units in the city. And so that's why, for me, I prefer the original motion. But I will now turn, so Councilmember Lowing is still holding on his. Councilmember Burt, you have something on this, I believe?
Yeah. So two things. One is that I think the mayor captured it right, is that the original motion is focused on the impacts, not kind of the who is the originator of the problem. And to look at it on a broader rather than a narrow, and looking at certain property owners as a target, I think that's really inappropriate and legally questionable. And I also just want to say that when council members, colleagues are free to bring forward colleagues' memos, but the notion that the council somehow feels some sense of obligation to then be deferential to them just because they're brought forward. No, we're making policy. We should vote how we think what should be the outcome, and not feel overly deferential.
Vice Mayor you do have Councilmember Lowing. I'll come back to you.
I get to talk about the original one too, but I have one of this. I'm not quite grasping from the existing colleague memo makers how much different this would be, because is the intent to sort of narrow the colleagues memo but not go as far as the original memo? I'm having a little bit of difficulty understanding the big differences between the two from your perspectives. I mean, it seems like by the end of the year, we still get on to here's what staff has to start doing research on. And I don't see how that's different than what is already proposed in the other memo. So I'm just kind of giving you another opportunity to educate me. But
Vice Mayor Stone, for whatever, unless.
Well, first, I don't think anyone on this dais is just going to vote yes out of deference to anyone. I think that's a bit insulting. We all do the work, and we're all going to vote the way that we think we're going to vote. And whomever authors a colleague's memo does not expect a particular vote because we put the time in. That's the job, and I would not expect anybody to vote just because they want to save our feelings. We're all adults here, and
professionals. So I thought that was in poor taste. But to respond to Councilmember Lowing's question, I mean, I agree. I agree with you. I mean, I think some of the major changes will be the change of the private right of action. That's a significant change in the memo. Again, it's hard, especially given the hour and the amount of feedback that has been provided. I would definitely be looking through the video tonight to be able to really kind of get a sense about who's suggesting what, where were other council members kind of weighing in saying, yes, I agree with that position, or just kind of philosophy. So it's hard to respond with the exact details of how we would move forward on making that modification. Ultimately, I agree with Councilmember Rectal, though, if ultimately we just think property aggregation, regulating property aggregation is not something the city should be doing, then I don't want to waste our time. This is, I think, a unique problem that we are experiencing in a city like ours with real impacts felt by neighbors for far too long now. And this was an attempt to be able to address that in a very kind of very unique and somewhat creative way. And so, yeah, then I guess so one kind of maybe question that would be helpful, because I think the mayor, you brought up the idea that we want to address property aggregation, but a little more broadly. I guess in my mind, this is addressing aggregation broadly because it would apply citywide, but it's then addressing, well, when is that aggregation problematic? And in my mind, it becomes problematic when it's so concentrated, and that's why we chose the 500-foot radius. So I don't know if we move forward with just a broader trying to address aggregation citywide, how that happens. And so because I agree, we want to address this broadly citywide for anybody, but I guess we thought that's what we were doing. So
yeah. I think I said something just slightly different, which is that we're trying to address the impacts of aggregation when they occur, when similar impacts occur elsewhere. We understand they may be more acute, but if we can address those impacts, hopefully that would help both those who feel those impacts from aggregation and those who feel those same impacts from other causes. So whether it be construction, noise, hassle, safety risks, those various things, if we can get at the impact, I think that's what we're trying to do. So when we say, look, we don't want those homes you buy up to be empty, we don't want other homes sitting empty. We don't want those homes used as schools. We don't want other homes used as schools. We don't want sidewalks and bike lanes impassable. We don't want 24-hour, noise from. What we're trying to do is spread that out. I understand there's this serial aspect, but I actually think we can get at this more quickly if we do it through the other means, because to do it through the aggregation lens, I think would require a lot of front legal spade work and things, because it is unprecedented. There's a lot of challenges to trying to curtail private property rights. And here we can deal with the impacts of what they are doing on their private property, hopefully for those living with the impacts of aggregation and for others. So it's imperfect, but I think it gets us most of the way there in a quicker manner. So that's my particular take on it.
No, I appreciate that clarification, and if the substitute motion moves forward, having that type of clarity about what it is that we're trying to regulate would be beneficial, so thank you.
All right, seeing no further lights, shall we vote on the substitute motion?
Taking the vote on the substitute motion. Councilmember Burt?
No.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
No.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
No.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
No.
Mayor Vinker?
No.
Motion fails 5-2.
Now back on the original motion, Councilmember Lowing, I believe you still had a comment there. We're finally back to it.
Yeah, I do. And what I think we want to talk about, which has been brought up in the discussion, the reason I have my mic on at the beginning is I want to talk about construction impacts. And that was something that was added as a suggestion to the substitute motion. And I want to make sure we get it into this motion. So can we go, oops. So when it comes to B, I don't think B says what we're trying to do. Impacts on neighbors and neighbors from construction, the neighborhoods, quite the same way. I would say this should be something like changes to and enforcement of construction regulations to reduce construction impacts in neighborhoods. Am I going too fast? Okay. Dash, especially in cases of property aggregation. Because I don't think that we just automatically want to throw that out because of what was on the table in terms of, you can do 2, but if you go to 3, we want some consideration there. And as I said originally, maybe it's on total aggregation of acreage or however that works out. But I don't see any reason to rule that out tonight before any of the research is done, both legal and zoning. So that would be something I would suggest as amendment to B.
I would be willing to accept it, maybe with one change, if I can offer it. Rather than especially, I would say
inclusive?
Inclusive of particular circumstances due to property aggregation.
Mm-hmm. That was another reason, another word I had, but that's fine for me.
Sounds good.
This is from before. Vice Mayor Stone.
Curious if the maker and seconder would be open to an amendment to expand to expand D to include the recommendations in the colleagues' memo.
What are the verbally, you guys talked about hang tags.
Well, the memo lays it out in quite a bit of detail.
I know, so we had 2 things tonight. We had how you characterize the memo and then what the memo laid out. So when I heard the backing off to something that was more reasonable of hang tags, that seemed acceptable. What in particular are you seeking that beyond that?
Well, the memo states all vehicles used for private security purposes within the city shall display clear and visible signage or markings identifying them as private security vehicles, and provided additional color to explain that would be hang tags. In addition to that, talks about private security personnel clearly identifying themselves if asked.
So I would
not harassing or intimidating members of the public or otherwise implying that public right-of-ways is private property.
Okay. I can say I won't accept that as an amendment.
All right, then I'll offer it as an unfriendly amendment.
I just want to clarify, you're talking about the language at the bottom of packet page 256 in its entirety, not just the hang tag portion?
Correct. In addition, the bullet point 2, 3, and 4. So basically, private security, if asked to identify themselves, should identify basically what their purpose is, that private security vehicles shall comply with city's no idling ordinance and all other applicable noise and traffic regulations, and that private security shall in no way harass or intimidate members of the public or otherwise imply that public right-of-ways is private property. And I think, very least, that final bullet point that we ask private security to not harass members of the public for standing on public sidewalks seems a pretty reasonable conclusion.
Do we have a second?
I didn't accept it.
No, I know, so I'm asking for a second. That was not a second, was it? Okay, I believe the amendment fails for lack of a second.
I'm somewhat interested, but all those things are already, not harassing people and things like that. I think that's already covered by law, so I would just keep it simple and have this.
Can I make just a correction in the writing here? I still don't think B is correct. You might just switch it while I was talking. On neighbors, the way you have it now, you could say from construction regulations. Yeah, close enough, yeah.
Which one of us is buying the clerk flowers after this meeting? I just want to clarify that before we adjourn. Okay, is there any further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I believe we're ready for a vote.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Liu,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Rechtal,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, friends, I believe that brings us to the close of our meeting, and the only thing left is an adjournment. And I want to, as requested by one of our public speakers earlier, adjourn this meeting in honor of National Holocaust Remembrance Day. Have a good evening. We're adjourned.